Let's go. What's good? What's goody? Welcome to Fight Night. Welcome to the hype sequence. Yo, what's poppin', guys? Still talking shit on that fucking bitch Sanity machine. The fucking Sanity Awards tonight. We giving awards only to the sane. Fuck those insane motherfuckers. They don't get no rewards, especially people LARPing as insane people. Insane in the membrane. Yeah. Jesus is the king. That's right. Jesus is a king. That's right. All the thrones in the world will be handed over. All the thrones in the world will be handed over. We're going to talk about that. What's going on, Brother Drew?
I got a Machine Lies exclusive for you here tonight.
For sure. Let's get it popping out here.
So I don't know if you caught that bitch's stream last night. He did a stream like stalking my wife's Instagram, saying all kinds of foul shit about me and my wife. We're talking about the insanity machine.
The insanity of the machine. Elves.
And so what this little bitch did is he talked all this shit, showed all her old shit from before she's Christian, and kept saying, like, is this Christian? Is this Christian? And then he kept saying, I live rent free in your head, like over and over. 2.5 hour video, dog.
Why would it matter if you're not a Christian? You know, I thought it's religitard. You know what I mean? So now why are you holding people to a standard of being Christian? Like,
even when they aren't even Christian at that point, it's like old shit. But anyway, so he talks so much foul shit, bro. I called his mama today.
For real.
I called this nigga's mama. This nigga mama was trying to cover for him. She said, Steven's not here. And I said, okay, well, we got to handle this shit because he's talking he's way too out of pocket. And then she went into the same loop he'd went into. She said, what's your last name? What's your last name? What's your last name? Like 10 times. So I hung up, and then my wife called right after that. The wife called the mama.
They might be part of some type of village, like
community. Yeah, well, the wife called the mama. They live in an expensive house, man. I know where it is. I'm not going to dox them here, but wife called the mama. Steven Sandy Machine answered the phone, bro. His mama must have been like, Steven, what's going on, Steven? So he answered the phone this time, and he did the same loop. Like, who's this? What's your name? Blah, blah. So this motherfucker lives with his mama. When you said it's old lady art, his shit's old lady art, I looked it up. His mama's got a motherfucking art selling event 3 miles away from her house coming up pretty soon. I think all that shit's his mama's art. He's putting his name on his mama's art. He's living rent free in his mama's motherfucking basement, sitting in the motherfucking internet all day harassing people. Stealing his mama's art, man.
Yeah, I mean, I just wonder if I could personally just level up this person by like pressing him to like find out more about, whatever he believes in, or
I would
whatever.
say no because he has zero humility. So he's just gonna double down and he's never gonna, he's gonna dig his heels in and he's not gonna actually want to learn anything because he believes he's levels above all these other thinkers. And I think you're on point when you say he doesn't have schizophrenia. Yesterday, I thought he
Yeah,
probably did.
there's no way. There's no way
I
somebody.
believe maybe he got a diagnosis because he's crazy and he'll go to the doctor and say, "Yeah, I'm sending ravens after you," and gay shit like that.
Yeah, if you snap on a doctor and shit, they might give you a diagnosis like that.
Right,
If
but
you
it ain't
tell
like
them like,
real. It ain't like
yeah,
real schizophrenia type shit. He's just like a
yeah, if
fucking
you start,
super
yeah, because he might have
autistic
started,
weirdo. He's
yeah,
like a
he might have started
socially
asking the
fucking
doctor,
interactive
yeah, like,
weirdo
where do you
motherfucker.
live? Like, what's your information and stuff? And the doctor was like, this motherfucker's a schizophrenic, like for
Right,
real.
right. So that's the insanity machine. He lives rent free in his mama's basement, telling his mama's art online as his own. That's my theory. I'm not 100% certain on the art shit, but when you look at the art, there is no cohesion to it. Some of it does look like some super old lady type of shit, and then some of it looks totally different. So maybe they both do art all day together and then just sell it under his name.
Man, I'm looking
I
at
almost wonder.
Crimes of Beauty. It's like every video is about you. It's fucking
I know
weird.
it's insane. And then if you talk about him, he says you're obsessed. But then one last thing is, I think I'm not 100% sure on this, but he's got this like sycophant in his chats and comments called Orphan Annie. Dumb as fuck. I think that might actually be his mother. I'm not 100% certain on that. Might need to make another call to verify the voices again, but I'll crack the case open.
Yeah, but what you put on that channel, that schizophrenia thing, I couldn't believe that he wrote something like that.
Oh, he's
Saying
so
that,
proud of it.
yeah, because that seems like low level, like goth, like type of
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like, yeah, Johnny,
Well,
that it,
that's
it
what I
seemed like
said.
it's right out of like Johnny the homicidal maniac, like Jonan Vasquez, like type of shit.
100%. So I called his mama and was trying to explain to her what happened. And when I hung up, she probably said, "Steven, I'm taking away your Chemical Romance CDs." He's like, "No, mom, no. He's evil. I swear, mom, he's evil."
Oh, I seen like he's like drawing to like Nirvana and shit. So it's like low level goth shit. It's like The Cure and shit.
It's like a 14-year-old fucking emo girl or some shit. Like literally. And then like when Jim Bob he came up on my shit, Jim Bob had just a couple questions for him, and he's like, "What? Why are you attacking me?" Like he couldn't answer one fucking question.
But where did these insults come from? That you're a Jew, you're a fucking shill, you're a fucking a Satanist.
Well, it got even
What?
worse. Like, I'm not even gonna give him the to just repeat what the shit he was saying last night. It was absolutely like the worst shit someone could possibly say. Like with nothing to back it up. He's just saying he's like a trapped animal. He's trapped in a corner. So he's just lashing out, saying like the most bottom of the barrel type insults that you could say.
And I subscribe to all of his channels, so I'm definitely
All eight of
checking
them.
out. Yeah, all eight of well, I subscribe to Crimes of Beauty. I think he's got another one called Crimes of Imagination. I don't know if
Yeah.
that's
El
him or
Diablo.
yeah, that Real People guy, the Real People or whatever.
Yeah,
That
I
dude is
watched his video
real.
today actually.
Yeah, that dude is real stale too. I don't know who because that's definitely a different voice. So
Yeah,
there
it's
might
not
be
him, but it's like somebody that thinks that Standing Machine is like spitting some fire. So you know how motherfucking weak that dude's mind is. But I watched that video today, and within maybe like 30 seconds of it, he was like playing a clip of me asking for Steven for an explanation. He's like, "See, he just wants Steven to lay it all out on the platter for him. He wants him to explain everything to him." And literally like 20 seconds later, I said something, and then he's like, "Why don't you explain that, Drew? Why don't you unpack it so that we can understand?" This shit was weak, dude. He's like some Reddit fucking tier motherfucker. Yeah, look at that shit. It's all about me and my wife. So what he did, so you see that first short he's got there? The
Yeah.
newest story. So what that was an old one actually. So what he did is he actually, after I made that call, took that down and then edited out the shit he was typing that was so horrendous, and then he re-uploaded it back up so that you couldn't see the shit he was typing in his own chat, which was like outrageous bullshit.
Yeah, and this is the art. Like
Because
two humming like
his
two
mama made him do that.
hummingbirds two hummingbirds open up like the pelvic area of what appears to be like a vaginal like a labia like type of thing in the middle there. I don't know what that. It's like vagina art. It's literally vagina art from Queef Boy Hell, like
His
I don't
mama
know
shit.
what. Yeah, I can't believe this shit. And yeah, I can't. Yeah. I think, and this was the channel that I found him on El Diablo. He's got Crimes of Beauty. He's got El Diablo, this doppelganger shit.
The devil.
The devil, yeah, literally the devil. Even though he's not real,
Right.
we're gonna draw him, and we're gonna say don't play with fire, and we're gonna antagonize people with with these images and stuff, and then we're gonna call other people Satanists and
Right.
say all this shit is fucking crazy.
It's insane. So if you're watching Insanity Machine, if your mom didn't shut off your internet tonight, come on up, hit the link. I'm pretty sure Mama took the internet away from him tonight. He's been pretty quiet. She made him re-edit that one.
Yeah.
Steven! She's like, Steven, what the hell is this phone call? He's like, hold on, Mom. I'm watching Charmed, Mom. It's almost over.
Yeah, look at this. Toilet Bowl Earth, Mouth, Jeebus, and Scotch. Fucking Toilet Bowl Earth is funnier than fucking Jim Bob. And this is the type of shit this is the type of shit he gets for making funny podcasts and shit.
I
It's
got a
fucking crazy.
toilet bowl mouth. I got him.
Toilet Bowl Mouth.
I got him.
Enslaved by truth. Response to him reporting me. Okay. I'm sure.
He never reported him.
Yeah, that never fucking happened.
And then so he can say, bro, I'm not even going to repeat it. It's like, imagine the worst thing you could say about someone. He's typing this shit about me and my family and shit and talking about it. And then I clicked in the video. I said, I'm going to report him. And I still didn't because it wasn't done yet. It wouldn't let me, but I will. I still haven't even done it. But then he's like, this guy's reporting me. See, like, look. So he can do anything he wants. He can violate YouTube's terms of service and shit. But if you punch back, then you're a fucking piece of shit, according to him.
And I watched this whole video, Machine Lies live stream, and it's like the lamest fucking joke of all time, mainly because it's a joke that
11:11 on my
like
end.
I already made by making the fucking name. So it's like, oh, the machine lies. So are you lying? Are you a liar too? It's like, okay. it's like I already said that in the name, motherfucker. It's so it's like some cheap. 3 hours, 3 hours, 33 seconds in the live stream. Sanity Machine.
Who's this doofus saying it was?
He shows up. He shows up 3 hours and 33 minutes.
He looks dirty. Run him through a car wash.
I got silky black hair. I got a silky black beard. I don't know.
Bro, this motherfucker's in his mama's basement. He ain't shit. Talking about he's a warlord and a wizard and can do all this fucking magician type shit. His mama making him macaroni and tendies.
Yeah.
Because he wants you to think he lives off of that art, like he's able to support himself and just live off selling this fucking art prints and shit, which is obviously bullshit. He's in his mama's motherfucking basement.
Yeah, I just can't believe that that Jack Talcott just square looks at this dog shit philosophy, just goes, look, that's actually, totally fucking ignorant and debased. It's like if you wanted to make like a fucking like a peaceful world or like a good world, or if you believed in people, or if you had any faith in humanity, you wouldn't fucking say like this world is a curse. Like you wouldn't fucking say that. It's just like,
Yeah, the only way I think you'd think the world is a hell is if you're a demon or you were infested with a demon or something. You see the world through the
Right.
eyes of a fucking demon.
Yes, something definitely going on, and that's what people who think they have schizophrenia, and it's not schizophrenia. It's actually like some fucking demonic shit that
Yeah, that's all. It's a demon. It's that El Diablo drawing, just living in his head, running on a hamster wheel.
yeah, I would
But I think,
not. I
bro,
would
my
not
my
be
kids my kids are rustling hard tonight, so I'm gonna drop off and try to get better sleep. But I don't work tomorrow, so
yeah,
I know you go for a long time. I'll try to come back on in a little bit.
for sure, for sure. Yeah, I'll be out here talking
All
about yeah, for sure, peace. Yeah, but I'm out here talking about Jesus, Socrates, Lao Tzu. So we'll be opening up that topic for sure. I always have a general topic in mind, and then wherever the show goes from there, I'll eventually get to it. And then when I chop up these live streams into like recordings or whatever, because I have the stock footage of the live streams, I'll chop it up to where the actual content will be more organized. But for right now, we just do these presentations, and there's no direction in which we're going to do these presentations. And why are we doing these presentations? How come I never talk about Islam? I do talk about Islam, but I don't know. Toilets, like, it is weird. Like, toilet bowl's never around when I'm talking about Islam. But yeah, toilet bowl, Earth, definitely the homie is welcome to hop up here and ask me any question he wants about Islam. And I'll be happy to answer it. For sure. But definitely I'm gonna be talking about Islam. Well, why don't I talk about Islam? I think Islam is very general, and I mean, like, there's like very little going on there. Like, it's a very simple philosophy. I think it's more like the Tao Te Ching or something like that. We'll get into that. We'll talk about the simple maxims and stuff, and how to see, because Islam kind of supports more of a mystical or stately or caliphate. It's more of a theopolitical dimension to it than Christianity has. And I don't know if you were listening, but we did talk about Islam a long time yesterday night. At the end of the stream, me and Neurojack talked about Islam. uh, so we will be talking about that topic today. I know that Jay Dyer did some kind of super stream, against Muslims with with the apostate guy, funded by, working with these Zionists and all these other people, so it's interesting that they chose to attack Islam, working with people who are supported by all sorts of, bad faith actors, but maybe we'll get into that. But we don't really have to, but if anybody is willing to come up and talk about Islam. The reason I don't I guess the main reason why I don't talk about Islam is not that many Muslims in here. I mean, a lot of my viewers are not Muslim, so I mean, if they were more Muslims up in this conversation, or more people to inquire or ask about Islamic topics, I do notice generally when I start talking about theological topics, a lot of people just fall off the broadcast and shit. But but one of the main issues is we're talking about historical figures and the architectonic arts, and how we derive certain theopolitical ideas within history, and the whole range of what those actors and detractors are. Well, if you guys want to go and see the attacks on the machine lives, go check out Crimes of Beauty, the Sanity Machine, or El Diablo, as we like to call him. And we do invite him to come up and explain his theories. But yeah, Roman Lopez, what's going on, brother? Yeah, long time listener, Roman Lopez, man. Man, it's good to see you, my brother. Yeah, walaikum assalam. Yeah, man. Roman Lopez. Yes, man. It's beautiful to see you, man. I did message you and send you my email out there. So I hope you got my email and you were able to contact me. But yeah, you're welcome. Anybody is welcome to contact the Machine Lives, and inquire about the book or any of the videos or ask any questions. To me, I know a lot of people might not feel comfortable asking questions while on air. Fear of reprisal from YouTube, fear of reprisal from the job, or for people who know who you are, who know what this account is. You could go and look up what's going on there. Bless. And you guys are welcome to come and join me in these discussions as well, whenever you would like to. That's also an option. I'm available for private conversations, all these things. But we're talking about figures, and I've chose this loose branding of these figures, however you want to call it. I tend to think that they're the most important historical figures that I could perceive, but also the most mysterious. Not much is known historically about these figures. They're kind of legendary in many ways, and we could talk about the legends and the kind of the main sayings and the most popular sayings by these various names. We'll start with Lao Tzu, who said a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. And Lao Tzu is an incredible figure. This one you know move philosophy that he has, of completion within one step, technique that is so perfect that the move is completed in one step, this final determination, this full scale action of the Tao Te Ching that envelops all things. It's so pervasive that it's in fact hidden. It's so ethereal, that it's taken for granted almost, and it's so immersive that it defies the most plummeting of depths and deepest of movements. And indeed its movement is very hidden. So, Lao Tzu describes this hidden force, but who was Lao Tzu? We could talk about Lao Tzu's writings, but, we're just talking about historical figures, how they came, and what the view was. Now, it's important to note that, as I said before, the history of these figures is couched in mystery. You know, so you have Lao Tzu, and how do we hear about Taoism? Now, what most people think is Taoism is actually Confucianism or Zen philosophy. Now, Taoism has many differences with Zen philosophy and Confucianism. So, first, in order to explain Taoism, I have to try to separate it from Zen Buddhism on the one hand, Mahayana Buddhism on the one hand, and on the other hand, I have to separate it um, from the um, from the developments in ancient China of the Confucian doctrine of harmonious ease. And we can talk about Confucianism, which talked about a division of labor, versus Taoism that talked about a divine simplicity. A divine simplicity within the order of things, but they both focused on nature. You know, Taoism focused less on human nature. It focused more on nature in and of itself. The real essence of things. But Taoism is not misanthropic in any way, shape, or form. It actually says that humanity is one of the great powers under heaven, and that it also talks about mind. You know, in Lao Tzu, hey, what's going on, Firestarter?
What's up?
What's going on? We're talking about you know Taoism right now, and how it was affected by Confucianism on the one hand and Buddhism in the later centuries, and how Lao Tzu became this mythical, kind of very mythical figure as a result, mystified figure as a result, and the legend of, Lao Tzu that started out in China, but it spread to a lot of other Asian countries, probably as you're aware. But yeah, I'm just, I know in Korea, in Japan, and in China, they have certain Zen philosophies that were. I think in Korea, the Zen philosophy became part of the state. Oh yeah, we lost Firestarter there, but hopefully he comes back around. But yeah, in those three countries, it spread big time. And as you know, Buddhism didn't develop in China. It actually developed in India, by a figure by the name of Bodhidharma, who was actually responsible for the spread of Buddhism to China. What's going on, my brother?
Yeah, sorry about that. My internet keeps cutting out.
No, it's no worries. That was happening to me all last night, so I definitely know the struggle. But yeah, uh, Lao Tzu, Lao Tzu.
Uh, I don't know that much about Lao Tzu, but I guess he's kind of like the Socrates, but for China.
That's
But
exactly what I was going to get into. Yeah, he's an exact parallel of Socrates in China, where you have a parallel of um of Lao Tzu to Confucius, where you would have a parallel from Socrates to Plato.
hmm,
Plato as somebody who understood Socrates and was the person who popularized Socrates, but he wasn't somebody who was conflated one to one with Socrates himself. So he was known as somebody who was like, a great student of Socrates, but not somebody who exactly championed everything that Socrates said, because Plato moved more into metaphysics and Pythagoreanism, whereas Socrates focused on ethical concerns.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, because
like
Socrates made, yeah.
Socrates is mostly like skepticism, kind of.
Yes. And what he's dealing with is human values and definitions and virtues like truth, beauty, knowledge, you know like usually a platonic dialogue will start off with a question on what is beauty, what is love, what is political power, how is it justified, what is justice, what is truth. These will be general questions that Socrates will pose to his interlocutors, and then sort of through a process of elimination he'll arrive at the answer. But there was the main confusion was is that the opposite movement occurs in Chinese thought, whereas Whereas from Lao Tzu to Confucius, you have the movement towards social and political and human virtues. But from Socrates to Plato, you have the movement in the other direction. It goes from social, political, and ethical values to then extrapolating on metaphysics and all these other sorts of things. So there is a sort of interesting compare and contrast there. But you have in these three figures, you know, um, you have Confucius as being the main person who explains Lao Tzu to the world. You have Plato as being this main person who explains Socrates to the world. And indeed, you have Paul as being the main person who explains Jesus to the world. So there's these three figures, and they're all kind of hidden and overshadowed by the guy who sort of champions and popularizes their philosophy. So it's a very interesting dynamic, you know, in that regard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But one of the texts I have here, and it's interesting text. I'll read about Lao Tzu here, where it talks about actually a meeting between Lao Tzu and Confucius, some sort of ancient tale that's recorded there, and it's an interesting tale for sure. But yeah, I'll see if I can find it. Yeah, the traditional view of Lao Tzu was written by a man. The traditional view is that Lao Tzu was written by a man named Lao Tzu, who was an older contemporary of Confucius, 551 to 479 BC. So this is an exact parallel with Plato and Socrates, because Plato and Socrates existed along the same time. They existed in the 4th century BCE. So it's like, if you could go to one historical time in history, I think 4th century BCE would be one of the top times, because you could go and maybe try to find these figures: Confucius, Lao Tzu, Plato, Socrates, these men of great renown, that a lot of our laws and opinions today are based on, but they're shrouded in mystery. It'd be crazy to see what people in their own times thought of these figures, or if it's true. As in Aristophanes, he wrote a book called The Clouds, where Socrates is staring up at the moon, and an iguana comes and shits on his chest, and he doesn't notice it because he's so busy like gazing at the stars. So he said, like, Socrates is a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? That was one opinion of him in ancient Greece.
Iguanas? They have iguanas in Greece?
I guess there's something like an iguana like comes and like shits on his chest. Yeah, but it could have been a mistranslation for sure. But but yeah, something like an iguana. But yeah, some type of lizard or some shit. Uh, in Aristophanes, the clouds. This thing comes in. He's just staring up at the sky, and something comes and shits on his head. And of course we have the great Zen koan. That's a finger staring at the moon. If you pay attention to the finger, you miss all the heavenly glory of the moon. Because people are paying attention to who's making the point and not the point that's being made. Unfortunately. Yeah. But it says here, yeah, so fourth century BCE, we're looking at for Socrates, Plato, Lao Tzu, and Confucius, really. But we got to go a lot closer to us in time to get to Jesus and Paul. That's more in the 1st century, 400 years later, supposedly. But here it says, the locus classicus of this tradition is the biography of Lao Tzu In the Shi Qi records of the historian, the earliest general history of China, written in the beginning of the 1st century by Susuma Xian, Lao Tzu was a native of Shulen hamlet in Li village of Huxian in the state of Shi. His surname was Li. His personal name was and he was styled Tan. He was the historian in charge of the archive of Shao. When Confucius went to Shao to ask to be instructed in the rites by him, Lao Tzu said, "What you are talking about concerns merely the words left by people who have rotted along with their bones. Furthermore, when a gentleman is in sympathy with the times, he goes out in a carriage, but drifts with the wind when the times are against him. I have heard it said that the good merchant hides his store in a safe place and appears to be devoid of possessions, while a gentleman, though endowed with great virtue, wears a foolish countenance."
Wait, did he say
Rig-
good merchant?
yeah.
Is he talking about those people? Or I didn't know they were in China at that time.
Yeah, they must have been doing some business in China. You can tell by those little hats that the Chinese were wearing. Rid yourself of your arrogance and your lustfulness, your ingratiating manners, and your excessive ambition. These are all detrimental to your person. This is all I have to say to you," he says. On leaving, Confucius told his disciples, "I know a bird can fly, a fish can swim, and an animal can run. For that which runs, a net can be made. For that which swims, a line can be made. For that which flies, a corded arrow can be made. But the dragon's ascent to heaven on the wind and the cloud is something which is beyond my knowledge. Today I have seen Lao Tzu, who is perhaps like a dragon." And that's what is put in the legend that Confucius said about Lao Tzu, that he was like a dragon, a mysterious force of nature that could not be captured, could not be stopped. So to Confucius, Lao Tzu was a legend. I mean, it's just like to Plato, Socrates was like this mystical figure. He was like shrouded in mystery. You know, yeah. It says, but it's interesting that the story about Lao Tzu comes like this. It says Lao Tzu cultivated the way and virtue. His teachings aimed at self-effacement. He lived in Shao for a long time, but seeing its decline, he departed. When he reached the pass, the keeper there was pleased and said to him, "As you are about to leave the world behind, could you write a book for my sake?" As a result, Lao Tzu wrote a book in 2 books setting out the meaning of the way and virtue in some 5,000 characters and then departed. None knew where he went to in the end. So, yeah, there it is, the mysterious tale of Lao Tzu, who it says in a legend that he was born an old man, and instead of being born a young man, as a baby crying, he was born after staying in his mother's womb for 80 years, and he emerged after his mom leaned up against a tree, and he just decided to emerge from his mother's womb, and he came out as an 80-year-old man laughing. That's what they said.
Fucking weird.
It's fucking weird. Yeah. Yep.
Is that like supposed to be impressive in Chinese
I
tradition?
don't know.
Like, these days, if you don't move out by 18, you're like a loser.
Yeah, I guess the wisdom of the story is that he had come out already wise, already knowing, by remaining still, he just figured out basically the meaning of life before he was born, whereas people spend their whole life figuring it out or something like that. But obviously a legendary tale, one
Nah, it's
completely
factual. It's all
huh?
factual.
Yeah, I mean, who really knows, Yeah, but it's interesting that these figures have mysterious births, um, you know, um, or they're said to have mysterious births. Confucius was said to be a god. He was worshipped as a god for a long time in China. People offered sacrifices, and there was all these rituals of filial piety that he constructed. But ultimately, he constructed this philosophy based on harmonious ease, what he called harmonious ease, or temperance through nature. And this was a philosophy that was human centered, whereas Lao Tzu's philosophy was a lot more dynamic, focusing on nature, metaphysics. It did not seem to focus on society. It did not seem to focus on a communal nature for society in terms of a division of labor, but it implored man to live simply and be self-sufficient. One of the emperors who followed the Taoist philosophy was Emperor Shen Nung, and at the time he was criticized by some of the Confucians, because he used a lot of hemp to construct his sandals, to live a simple life. He would be kind of a big proponent of, kind of a simple life, away from the division of labor, being self-sufficient. And that's kind of the virtue of the Tao Te Ching. It's more of a warrior mentality, something being hard, sort of simplicity, instead of a harmonious ease and a elegance and refinement found within society. Kind of Lao Tzu kind of saw refinement as evil, especially cultural refinement. He saw as evil. You know, you know, you know.
Uh, I guess Socrates and Lao Tzu are descriptive, and Plato and Confucius are proscriptive.
What's
Yeah,
proscriptive mean?
It's like a descriptive is you're describing, and proscriptive is you're what you call it, advising.
Yeah, I know what descriptive means. I'm not that dumb. Proscriptive?
Yeah, it's advising.
Advising. Got you.
but yeah, Toilet Bowl Earth says Taoism fails dealing with morality and its praxis is wishy washy. Yes, a lot of people have that complaint about Taoism, and that's why it was mainly rejected for Confucianism in terms of its social um, element. The application of Taoism to a society wide basis seems kind of impractical. It's more of a philosophy to govern one's personal psychology. And in that, it does have a lot of ethical or virtuous, kind of, incantations towards a more kind of an ethical endeavor there in living simplicity, in living a life of simplicity, and in doing not living a life of harm and a life of greed. And a lot of those seven deadly sins are even mentioned, that are mentioned in Dante's Inferno, are mentioned within the Tao Te Ching as being kind of corrosive elements within one's spirit. So a lot of it in its terms of ethics, it follows a kind of Christian morality, but it doesn't have a society wide um, application. Hangover philosophy. Well, I don't know about not being able to equip yourself with war, because Sun Tzu's Art of War was written as the perfect Taoist general, trying to maneuver his way to war, through a war. So actually, Taoism, Lao Tzu, Sun Tzu, who actually considered himself to be exemplary of a Taoist general, and the samurai. The samurai used a lot of the Taoism to construct their codes of ethics and stuff. So it is a robust philosophy for warrior ethics, for sure. It has stood out in that term. In terms of developing a personal discipline, it's been pretty exemplary. But as I said, applying it to a society wide basis, it has been kind of not maybe very suitable or inclined to do that. One wouldn't be inclined to use it for that, because again, it is one that deals with man on a solitary level, and also deals with man in relation to the universe. You know, but yeah, we could get into some of Lao Tzu's writings. If anybody can tell the specific disagreements, and people are welcome to come and share the specific disagreements they have with Lao Tzu and his philosophy, and those types of things. And we will compare it to Confucianism. you know uh
Well, I haven't read any Lao Tzu, but I've listened to some lectures. Uh, I think one line that Lao Tzu says is like something like if you say one minister is better than the others, you're just saying everyone sucks and this is the only guy that's doing his job. In a perfect world, you wouldn't have to say anybody is doing a good job. Everybody would just do their job equally as good.
well, I guess one of the things he says is that when there's confusion and chaos, then you need lots of loyal ministers, because you don't have trustworthy people around, because everybody's not trustworthy, so you need people who are loyal to minister to you. And that's kind of a dig at Confucianism, because Confucianism argues that the crux of the government is loyal ministers. So because Confucius himself styled himself as like a loyal minister. And Lao Tzu also says, well, like these things like loyal ministers, like rites, like traditional rites for filial piety, these things are only necessary when a society is in ruins. They're not there when there's trust among the government and the people, when there's trust among the parents and the children.
Yeah, it's true.
So he has this kind of very practical philosophy, that he's not saying is it works as a general rule, you know, uh, you know, yo, toilet, yo, toilet, yo. If you want to hop on, I won't. I'll let you have a special place without Tommy. I promise, dude. But yeah, last time he was cutting you off, I felt bad, man. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, man. Yeah, for sure. But yeah. But yeah, he's Tommy's not out here today for real. But if anybody wants to hop on, talk about Taoism or Islam or some stuff, I'd love to talk to you about it. But yeah, one who rules. Yeah, so now I'm reading. Yeah, so okay, yeah, this is a good one. Confucius said, when it comes to the practice of ritual, it is harmonious ease. Harmonious ease that is to be valued. So first he's talking about the ritual, then he's talking about sincerity, which this concept of harmonious ease is really sincerity. It is precisely such harmony that makes the way of the former king so beautiful. If you merely stick rigidly to ritual in all matters, great and small, there will remain that which you cannot accomplish. Yet if you know enough to value harmonious ease, but try to attain it without being regulated by the rites, this will not work either. So he's talking about this natural simplicity, this sort of sincerity, this kind of your own personal volition that needs to go into something, but also matching it with obedience to these higher standards, these rights, and these traditions within one society. That if you don't do that, if you don't do both, you put some sort of your personal element behind it. And if you kind of don't try to communicate that through the elements of the traditional rites, then it'll just completely fall to waste. But I guess Lao Tzu abandons ritual. He abandons rites. He thinks that these things are basically the husk of confusion, immorality. And we'll look at that more fervently. He actually and we saw in that little passage that I read, Confucius kind of walks up to Lao Tzu, and Lao Tzu kind of just, wipes his ass with his philosophy. Right? That's kind of the thing. But then, you know, Lao Tzu is seen as kind of this older teacher, and Confucius is seen as kind of the more stern young pupil that kind of masters some of what Lao Tzu said and puts it into a more palatable and social kind of phase of development. But then all of that is rejected later by Shang Tzu, who shows up, totally demolishes Confucianism, totally challenges it with a radical new way of looking at the Taoist teaching. And we won't be talking about Shang Tzu today, but yeah, Shang Tzu is kind of like somebody who really, does a number with, Confucian thought. And, and
Where's he
then that,
from?
uh,
China.
yeah, he's from China. Yeah. Shang Tzu's from China. Lao Tzu's from China. Confucius from China. Yeah. And, yeah. And they were part of a time called the Warring States period, a time in China that was a very fruitful time for the development of their traditions, and really the time when they built this, all of their things that we know today. You have like Shi Huang Di and all that stuff with the hero movie, that you see that people associate with Chinese culture. Let me look up this guy. So we have this historical backdrop here of this of the unification of China itself with this historical figure, Shi Huang Di, looming also in the background. So a lot of these philosophies and things might have been then serialized and developed, and especially Confucianism, This is around 259. Around 200 BC. So then in the 3rd century, and that's similar to how Aristotle kind of spreads and popularizes at a later time, the teachings of Plato and Socrates, where that spreads all over. First, it's totally rejected in ancient Greece, and then it spreads all over. Well, the same thing happens with Confucius and Lao Tzu. They kind of like, kind of spread all across China, and then they spread to parts of, Japan and Korea as well, you know. So it's really just crazy how much Confucianism spreads, and how it sees Lao Tzu as this early teacher, kind of influencer, but kind of also distances themselves from him, and we'll move back into this topic, later, with some of this with some of these thinkers. But I've been talking about Lao Tzu or whatever, Confucius, for like an hour. We talked about some other things too. We talked about a couple other things, when I first started this show. But I've talked about it for like 30 minutes or so. I could read some more Confucius, but after a little while of this, I'm gonna have to move on to Plato and Socrates, more so. But you see me already making that transition.
Do you
Yeah,
think
but
these guys really existed, or is it's just a tall tale? It's
well, I think that it's important to note that they're legendary figures, and that they're more basically they're more influential than most historical figures were. We're talking about the three, in my opinion, the three most influential people to ever be talked about in terms of humans. Now, there's no proof that anybody in history really existed beyond somebody knowing them. You know what I mean? But as far as history goes, it's not an exact science. But I would say that Lao Tzu, to me, is somebody who influenced Chinese culture for 1,500 years. I'd say the Christian philosophy is something that influenced Europe for 1,500 years. And the same thing can be said about Plato and Socrates. So whether they were real or not, they do seem to be more influential than people who we know were real, or we have proof of. So it's actually interesting to note that these are actually the most influential. I mean, you can't even think of somebody who influenced Confucius, and then Confucianism, governs China for 1,500 fucking years, until the Maoism and all that stuff takes over. And even Mao had to combine his communism with a lot of Confucian doctrines and stuff. Just like Stalin had to use the Orthodox Church, in order to foster his takeover of Russia. It's just like the same type of thing. They had to use the philosophy that was already there. And of course, Shi Huangdi used Confucianism and all these things to unify China and stuff. You know, and it became a force in the world. Until this very day. So you have ancient Greece. You have China, and you have Europe. And there, you have these philosophies and these histories attributed to these you know legendary figures. I wouldn't call them mythical, because I don't know. I wasn't there. You know what I mean? But I would call them, you know people who had much significance on history. Whereas certain figures that are contributed less than a footnote to the pages of history, these figures seem to have eclipsed whole historical epochs, with the way they talked about how the state should be run, by how human nature was constructed, their views on God, and their views on evil and society and ethics and so on and so forth. So, I just think that, you know, yeah, he called he called that guy. Yeah, he called him up. And yeah, that's what some people need. They need they need a personal interaction, because they're just larping on here as schizophrenic, and they think that all of this is just some kind of game for likes and views and shit. And it's like, no, you're actually making statements about people, and you're wasting people's time. You're spreading these arcane philosophies, and they're warping people's minds. And you're either a useful idiot or a knowing deceiver, and it's time to move on. It's time to move on with your shit. Either answer for your claims or move the fuck on, dude. Straight up.
I think Lao Tzu would have been anti-tech.
Oh yeah, big time, big time, big time against technology, and the followers of Lao Tzu, big time against technology. Plato, and Socrates a little bit too. And I do say the same about Jesus and Paul. It seemed like everyone's a little bit anti anti technology when it comes to the how they have an ethic of simplicity, of self-sufficiency, of not trusting in powers, of having a kind of simplicity, and a kind of a ethic of having a real creativity and a discipline of of excellence, where one could rely on one's own skill or master one's own skill. A lot of these philosophers talked about self mastery as opposed to discovery and science. And it really gets to Aristotle before you get to science, and stuff, and it gets to the legalist philosophy in China. Confucianism devolves into legalism, you know and there's this whole philosophy behind that, cropping up in China, and it does have some serious arguments behind it. So it's not to be easily dismissed. But there was a similar philosophy developing in Europe at the time, called scholasticism. There's like hyper form of Christianity. There's like a bunch of laws and hundreds of opinions and stuff based on these very minute philosophical discussions about Neoplatonism and all these things. So they also have that. And indeed, I'm trying to look for some of my Lao Tzu translation here, but yeah, yeah, this is an interesting Confucius quote. He said, the wise take joy in rivers, while the good take joy in mountains. The wise are active, while the good are still. The wise are joyful, while the good are long lived. Interesting. Active like the river, still.
Facts. Facts.
Yeah. Active like the river, still like the mountain, joyful like a river, long lived like a mountain. Goodness doesn't change, yet it remains active. So, yeah, look up the Analects of Confucius. Don't sleep on Confucius. There's a lot of wisdom there, in Confucius, and in the Tao Te Ching. Well, you could tell because it had so much influence on society and culture for so many centuries, so, of course, it can't be easily dismissed because of its historical impact. Anything that has great range and historical impact, these things have to be at least taken seriously. Why? Because of their success. They can't be easily dismissed because they succeeded in influencing millions of people for thousands of years. So this is the reality we're dealing with, folks. So if one wants to, just go ahead and dismiss these types of things, I think they would be making a pretty big mistake.
They're the OGs of emotional intelligence.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. You know, you know, especially Lao Tzu, and we'll go with Lao Tzu. One of his, you know, his attack against Confucianism. Here's part of his attack against Confucianism in chapter 18. He says, he says, when the great way is abandoned, there are benevolence and righteousness. When wisdom and intelligence come forth, there is great hypocrisy. When the six familial relationships are out of balance, there are there are kind parents and filial children. When the state is in turmoil and chaos, there are loyal ministers.
Oh yeah, that's that. I think I heard that in one of the lectures. It's basically you start hearing more compliments the shittier the situation is.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
If everything's
Yeah.
okay, you don't have to say anything good.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yep. Yep. And that's why he says in chapter 17, and this is a crazy because Confucius says the men of great are men of well renown. And Lao Tzu couldn't disagree more. he says in chapter 17, the greatest of rulers is but a shadowy presence hidden. Next is the ruler who is loved and praised. Next is the one who is feared. Next is the one who is reviled. Those lacking in trust are not trusted, but the greatest rulers are cautious and honor words. When their task is done and work complete, their people all say, "This is how. This is just how we are." Meaning, he lets the people take credit for his own success.
Yeah, that's true.
It's
Like,
fascinating.
it, it it's like in North Korea, how everybody constantly has to say how great Kim Jong Un is.
Yeah,
It's just an example of how shitty he is.
that's right. Yeah, that's right. Or like Big Brother. It's like, you know, and yeah. So I think I mean, I don't know when I started talking about Confucius and Lao Tzu. You guys could go back. We got some interesting news about the Sanity machine when we first came in here. That taught us about his recent dealings and affairs. But yeah, let's get up and talking about Socrates and Plato. Now, this one's going to be more complex. We talked about Confucius and Lao Tzu, but next we're going to talk about Plato. Where was Taoism developed? My internet dropped that part. Oh shit. Well, I was reading about the how Lao Tzu was an archive of an ancient library in in the Chao dynasty, and he left the village after teaching a guard named Xingxi, who refused to let him leave, threw him in jail. And Lao Tzu wrote him the Tao Te Ching in order to get out of jail. And the man Xingxi became his student. When he left the town, Xingxi decided to follow Lao Tzu and called him his teacher. So this is the legend of how Taoism began, but there's many legends we talked about. So there's
What?
conflicting narratives. Yeah.
Why'd he get locked up? No license and insurance.
No license and registration. Yeah.
Well, it's like North Korea. You can't leave.
Yeah, maybe he was actually in North Korea, uh
North Korean type countries is pretty normal in Asian history.
yeah, I mean, I saw that North Korean crazy North Korean
Propaganda.
no, it was a no, yeah, we were watching propaganda earlier, but we were but it was a special on North Korea where I guess they jailed 3 generations of your family. And this one guy, I guess they had him in this concentration camp, and he escaped the concentration camp. Well, he was born in the concentration camp, and he's telling the story, and he's like, I thought, like, when I walked outside of the concentration camp, like there was gonna be another wall and another guard, because I thought like the world was just concentration camps, because nobody had ever told me like there was like a world outside the fucking concentration
I mean,
camp.
he wouldn't be too wrong about that part.
Yeah, I found that shit to be fucking insane.
Oh
the
yeah,
3 generations.
I heard in North Korea they don't teach geography, so North Koreans don't know what North Korea looks like. They don't even know like
Yes.
north, south, east, west. So like they could be like a mile away from escaping, and they don't know what
Yeah,
direction to go.
I think that's why
they-
they would do it. That's why they would do it, just to keep them there longer, because if they knew where South Korea was, and they knew like, oh shit, they got K-pop and they got like Samsung and shit, a lot of them might want to go over there, But yeah, I will be right back to talk about Socrates and Plato, as I grab the charger for my laptop. So thank you, friends, for listening so far. We were just covering a lot of topics. We were covering Plato, Socrates, Lao Tzu, and Confucius, and we were taking a kind of a look at the origins or the differences between Confucianism and Taoism, and where what year and region they were beginning in, and some of the main thoughts and ideas that are mentioned there, comparing some of them. So yeah, next we're going to be looking at Plato and Socrates, because we're doing a special here. We're doing a special on looking at the most influential historical figures, the most influential historical legends, starting with Lao Tzu, just moving on to Socrates, and ending with Jesus. Yep. Thank you for joining us, friends.
Fox News. You in the blue suit in the front.
What's the purpose of this gathering you're having here today?
I mean, well, I'm just here representing the hip hop community, man, the southern region. You know, actually all the hoods, all the poor folks on the planet. Who've been murdered, raped, pillaged, beat, hung, economically oppressed, improperly educated, you know. And basically just to say that the United States is responsible for all this. So as an artist, you know, I feel it's my responsibility to teach people and tell them what y'all chose to hide from us, and tell you how this country really came to power. So that's why we're here. Let's go. Wherever he lived, he left faces streaming with tears. If the truth hurts, you about to be screaming for years. Where you been? Every day he's revealing his hand. It starts with killing the man, then stealing the land. So who the real thief? Who the real worldwide thug? Watch God rip a hole up in this country you love. Every storm that he can form was sent from above. Every page of your history was written in blood. They went in and slew natives till their remnants were through. Your homie George Washington, he killed Indians too. Let me shout out to the government. They use us, man. The police and the trashy ass Ku Klux Klan. Over time, they proved to have the greediest minds. These serial killers broke every treaty they signed. Columbus was a slave trader, that's an accurate claim. He took 600 Indian slaves and packed them to Spain. It was straight hell everywhere them savages came. And damn, what about the 100 million Africans, man? From the range of this country's dirt, no one's exempt. See, America's a whole and Israel is a pimp. See, this thing was organized to deprive me, so I'm going kamikaze on these artificial fake Ashkenazis. Judges, politicians, police, and media. The blood-sucking skunks and false preachers misleading you. I want to see a knife in your throat for trying to cut mine. I pray for destruction of your whole family's bloodline. And that goes for your arrogant seed who love to say if y'all don't like it in this country, then leave. Alright, cool. Homie, break us off some land and paper to compensate for hundreds of years of unpaid labor. And that's the only thing that might save you. But we already know that you'll never do it because that ain't in your nature. The truth of who you are, we've been blessed to find. Now we got a 401k of justice saved up. Collection time.
So you don't believe that the government is sincere in its efforts to spread democracy in the Middle East?
Hell no. Next question.
So what do you think about our homeland security policy?
The real question is who really needs the security? America ain't no threat to be attacked, man. They the ones doing the attacking. And history proves it. Let me show you. They bombed China and Korea during the Korean War. Then they bombed Guatemala back in 1954. Indonesia and Cuba fell victim to the trend. Then in 1960, they hit Guatemala again. The Congo, Vietnam in 1969. Cambodia and Guatemala for a third time. Grenada in 83, yeah, I remember seeing this. Then Gaddafi in Libya back in 1986. Minister Farrakhan saw that one in the vision he would have. Elijah told him Reagan was plotting with the Joint Chiefs of Staff. El Salvador, Iran, Nicaragua came in time. Then they blew up the ghettos in Panama in 89. Iraq in 91, the same year they got Kuwait. Somalia, Bosnia, and Sudan in 98. Afghanistan, Yugoslavia, over to Yemen. And they never cared about innocent children and women. In 2001, again Afghanistan. Initiated after the fake 9/11 scam. Then they backdoored Iraq till they took out Saddam. They called everyone terrorists, but who's really dropping bombs? Yeah, history don't lie. Don't get mad at me. These are the facts. This is what you did. This is what the United States of America did. So why they try to play it off like everybody else is the enemy? They've been an enemy to the whole planet. Every country, every continent, every people that was native to the land. They came and caused destruction. These are not lies. These are truths. So take it up with your history teacher for teaching you that bullshit. Yeah.
Educational rap.
Yeah, at least we don't get popped for playing that shit. That's all fucking is. when they take the stream down. I play some fucking Arab music, some fucking some live shit, but like some live beats, but I can't even get away with it. But yeah, but we could play underground shit all day, because nobody cares. Nobody cares. But we're moving on. If you saw the first part of the broadcast, we got crazy exclusives. We had Drew from Chalk by the Outline come out, talk about one of our you know, I think I could call him a friend, but although I'm not sure. But yeah, I'd like to be friends, Stephen. If you're out there, man, why don't you hop up here and tell me what you think? And I really am concerned about your recent statements. Maybe we could help you. Maybe we could tell you about what you need to be studying is about these things that we're telling you. You need to start listening to the broadcast, start absorbing this information. I think it'll put you in a better place. Consider some new things. I'm always considering information that conflicts with my beliefs. It kind of helps me, think for myself.
What was he saying?
Is this guy like depressed or something?
Yeah, I would say it's worse than that. I would say he's like LARPing as a schizophrenic. So I think that's potentially a dangerous move, But yeah,
Wait, he's not schizophrenic?
apostate prophet. Is this cat on right now? I could hop in and debate this guy right now. Apostate prophet. Yeah, I don't think the guy that we're talking about, the Sanity Machine. His name is called the Sanity Machine. I don't think he is a real schizophrenic. I think he's LARPing as a schizophrenic.
What's he saying?
He's
He's like unstable or something. Like something severe happened.
no, he's saying that he was diagnosed with schizophrenia and that he believes that is a gift.
Yeah, he's down so bad he's acting like a crazy person.
I guess. Yeah, see, that's what I'm trying to say. It's like that is the ultimate like low level move. If it could ever be had. That's like the ultimate low level. It's like LARPing as a crazy person. There's one thing is there's people who are there's normal motherfuckers who are trying to do good. There's crazy motherfuckers who are trying to do good, and then there's motherfuckers who are just bad people, and the way they justify it is, oh, I'm crazy.
Is this
You know what I mean,
right?
right?
Or something?
Huh?
He's
What
trying to
was
get
it?
like sympathy bucks.
Something like, yeah, sympathy, or like also a it's like the perfect cover, if you could, for anything you do, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, I was just crazy, or I was just guided by, spirit or something like that, is my gift and stuff, so it's the ultimate cover, the only other cover is like saying that you're perfectly objective. That's obviously a lame like sort of cover. It's like nobody's fucking objective in anything, so let's just quit trying to pretend that shit. But but like the crazier one is like I'm completely insane. First of all, insane people don't know that they're insane. So that's already a LARP. You know what I mean? They don't know that they're getting crazier.
Well, is that true, or is that just some nonsense? You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
Well,
That's
it's
shit they tell us. Oh, insane people don't know they're insane. Well, I don't know if that's really the case. If that's true.
well, the
I mean,
psychologists are all insane, in my opinion. So
oh
I
yeah,
believe them when they say
yeah,
crazy
yeah. The
people don't believe they're
psychologists, yeah,
crazy.
yeah. If you study it, you start to think like self-diagnose yourself. They become like hypochondriacs, and they do become crazy by studying it. Every psychologist I met is crazy. Firestarter is right about that one. You know what I'm saying?
Eh.
But
Well, if
yeah,
you're insane, you're not unsane. I'd rather
Well,
be
well,
insane than unsane.
well, yeah. I feel you. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being insane, but I think like acting like you're fucking insane, like that's fucking lame. You know what I mean? Like there's something to be desired
It's a
there. It's like
scam.
yeah, it's a big time fucking scam.
It's like
it's like
acting like you're in a wheelchair when you can walk.
Yeah, exactly, or like some shit like that. And I'm fairly certain about that statement that crazy people don't really know that they're crazy because every time because like I know like when my wife was going crazy, like if you try to convince her like no, the shit that you're saying is fucking batshit insane, she would be like, well, you're fucked up in the head, like everything I'm saying is 100% on point. Like she would like clarify like how like she would break it down again and be like, are you sure you're not the one that's fucked up? Like, yeah, I'm fucking sure. Like, we're not supposed to be like, doing what the fuck you're talking about doing right now. Yeah, like she would definitely come up with all these missions, these projects. None of them made sense. Like she was like inventing things, like she was like writing letters. She was like had accomplished these things in the past that were impossible. That she knew these people in the past that were totally like it was impossible for her to know or have contact with. That she was going to contact these people. That was only a matter of time before certain people on the TV or somebody like that contacted her, or that somebody on the TV was like some made up person that she used to know, trying to send her like a secret message or some shit. She was
Yeah,
fairly convinced that all these fucking things were happening to her. You know what I mean? So like you
I've
couldn't nearly
I fall, dude.
but
I've seen girls like that too. I've seen
you know yeah, you know what
a
I'm
couple
saying? Like,
people, and then my buddy Mark, he's like full blown, like I don't know if he's insane, but he's going with the wind.
and you can't convince them. If you want to talk to them, you have to work within their already existing delusion and then move shit along from there. Like you have to work within the narrative they made for themselves and then try to convince them of shit. You know what I mean? So it's like you have to deconstruct for starting out from their crazy shit. You can't just hop up on them and like explain to them like, no, none of the shit you mentioned isn't happening. Like they don't understand that shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like you can't even tell them that shit. You know, right? So it's like, how the fuck do you know that you're schizophrenic? Well, the only way you could know that is that somebody told you are. You know what I mean? It's like, you know what I mean? And it's like, even then, it's like, what the fuck did you do to that person? Because niggas, be telling them that shit to people like all the time. It doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? Right? People misdiagnose people. Doctors are dumb as fuck. Like, there's all this bullshit going on. Like, it doesn't fucking matter.
Well, see,
Right?
he might have like a small, like he might have a low spectrum, case of schizophrenia, but he might think it's like he's full blown schizophrenic. It might have escalated, and now he's thinking it's a superpower. Like it's only getting crazier and crazier.
That's the thing. That's the thing. It's not just that he thinks that he's schizophrenic. That's already one miss. The second fucking miss is that he thinks it's a fucking superpower. It's like that. It's like now I can't fucking like now it's like crazy shit. It's like not only should you not be aware of the fact that you're crazy if you are crazy, but definitely you wouldn't think that it's some kind of a superpower knowing that you're crazy. Crazy people don't think they're getting crazy. They think they're getting saner. You know what I mean? That's just how it works. It's like Rousseau said, to be the only sane one in a world full of madmen is true madness. And then I think it was G.K. Chesterton who said the madman is not the man without reason. It's the man who has lost everything except reason. So like, to them, everything they're doing makes sense. But nothing else really checks out. It's not for anything. It's not towards anything. It's just totally vacuous. I'm about to get into.
You know, maybe this is related to Lao Tzu. The more he's trying to say he's insane, the more sane he is.
Yes, yes. Yes.
You know, it's like saying, yo, this guy is really, really tall. And it's like, well, why you keep saying he's tall? Is he short?
Yes, that's what Lao Tzu says. He says those who know don't talk, and those who talk don't know. So
Well, see,
exactly what
there's a lot of like self gaslighting going around. Like that's one thing I always notice is people are constantly gaslighting themselves, and that's what he could be doing. He could just be, sabotaging the shit out of his mental health, and now it's getting worse and worse. Like I could think I'm fucking like how people were saying last night how people think they're Jesus. Like that can turn into something totally insane.
Well,
Like
the
I
pretty
think I'm
insane
Jesus,
is
and then it gets. Well, I'm just saying you start off thinking that way, and then it just gets like to this insane case. That's a bad example, but you know what I'm saying. You can start to believe the bullshit, gaslight yourself and psych yourself out, and then your mental health just takes a dump.
Yeah, that could also happen. Sort of self-created, self-styled during madness.
self-fulfilling prophecy.
Then
Yeah,
you got the whole self-declared shit. Like people are self-declaring themselves this and this and this, and
yes,
I don't know.
yeah, megalomania. Yeah,
It is.
megalomania is more prominent than narcissism today. But yeah, go ahead, JG.
Nah, I wasn't going to say anything. It's kind of like how the trans are too, Like they might have these delusions and they believe their own bullshit, and that's what happens,
I think this is a product of the technological system. It tries to make you look at yourself rather than the system. Because if you're
Oh
looking
yeah,
at yourself, you destroy yourself. If you're looking at the system, you try to destroy the system.
yes, and it does seem like there's a lot of and yeah, and that's one of the things that Confucius really rejected was individualism. He thought individualism, is really a type of curse. Everything he put was in terms of what's better for society. you know you know so that is one of the ways he looked at things. And society is not the same as the technocratic implements that we use to run society. Society is human relations. It's not information and technology. You know what I mean? Those are used to rule people. Those are the objective means of power, but those aren't social relations. You know what I mean? So, there's definitely something to that. Yeah, that's kind of the two poles of today. You have hyper individualism and hyper collectivism. It's the paradox of today. Whereas back then, you had a person that was more part of the group. You had a tribalism instead of a collectivism, or a universalism. And you had a instead of an individualism, you had a more of a sacrificial attitude. That the person is to sacrifice themselves for the group. And that's an honor. They had a sense of honor. But today, we have freedom. And that freedom is based on your individual license to do things. It's not based on you know y- y- virtues and ethics that are guaranteed to you by living among people who are understanding and wise. you know so that's one thing. If the system can solve all these problems for you, then why would you need humans to be nice to you or be good to you? Why would you need trust? In a perfect system, you wouldn't need trust between people, because the system would sniff out where there's, people trying to deceive one another and then reprimand them for it,
There's a Korean philosopher, modern day. I forgot his name, Bong something. He has one of the
Ritter.
things he says is an individual develops a personality based through pain, and modern society is based on avoiding pain. So an individual cannot ever actualize itself. So then it just leaves room for the system to imbue whatever the system wants that person to do.
Yes. Yeah, there is a certain element of that.
To people, the idea of acting as, living as an individual separates. Living as an individual separate is unrealistic and selfish. That was in some psychology book I was reading. A lot of cultures look down on individualism.
Yeah, and it really, and paradoxically so, individualism comes from the notion of equality, that everybody can realize their true potential because we're all the same. If everybody starts out different, and there's good or badly bred individuals, there's people of, good posture, good temperance, good breeding, and good pedigree, and all of these things, then they'll just end up good by nature. Is what a lot of people thought that it's, but yeah.
The thing with individualism is that because modern day the system has monopolized communication and communities, a way of rebelling against the system is to be an individual. But because you are an individual, you kind of cannot. Human beings need connection with each other. So one man cannot really resist the system alone, basically. It's kind of like how do I say this without you know how those like school shooters, they are trying to resist against the system, but they're doing it alone. They don't have any structure or goal. You would need like a community to have any structure to whatever you're doing. And the system has a monopoly on making communities.
Yeah, that's what the system doesn't want.
Yeah. I think that's why the system doesn't like Muslims, because Muslims can
They're radical.
Organize. I'll just leave it at that.
Yes, the Muslim is the low-tech predator.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. The law enforcement really hated skateboarders. Like our whole crew downtown, we were organized, man. Constantly getting chased by cops every day. Constantly dealing with that shit. They definitely feared us.
Yes. Yeah, I don't understand this one. But yeah, I guess it would have to love Muslims to a certain extent, to keep them around, But it definitely doesn't love Islam. I say the system loves Muslims and hates Islam.
I think the system loves different. It loves diversity because it wants to turn everybody into the same thing.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why it would love Muslims or black people or Asians or white people. It wants to make everybody a clone of itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could. Then you got the IRA in Ireland. Do you know about that fire starter?
Yeah, it was mostly a nationalist to well, it depends on what time frame. If you're talking about the most recent, it was mostly just Northern Ireland, which it was a pretty small conflict, I guess. Only about 3,000 people dead in 20 years.
Yeah, it's still going on. I've met Irish people and they've talked about that. I found like channels about it, and
Uh, no,
they're still gung ho.
I'm pretty sure it ended in like 1990 something.
Nah, it's still going, man.
Well, I heard there was some debate because of Brexit, and they're gonna one of the agreements to end the fighting was there's no border checkpoints between Northern Ireland and the rest of Ireland. And because Brexit, because Ireland is in the EU and the UK is no longer in the EU, they're gonna have checkpoints again, and that was like the argument. But there's definitely no fighting yet. The IRA are really interesting to study, though.
Yeah, I'm typing. I'm typing again. I'm typing the Provo kid that because he said if you are a white Christian, you are a bigot. If you're a Muslim, well, you are just Muslim. Well,
Oh, he's fallen for the
yeah,
propaganda of the group
I
that we
think he's
can't talk
talking to.
about.
I think he's talking to a Ben Thorpe character too much, because you know they claim Muslims hate Jews, women, and the West. They claim Jews hate everyone, except for Jews. You know, and they claim that Christians hate Jews and Muslims. You know, so it's just interesting that there is a overarching narrative, and it does seem to be guided by some sort of secular understanding, but I don't want to put it on secularism per se, because I don't think there's any such thing as outright, you know, full-blooded secularism. You know what I mean?
Well, I think the guy is just, I don't want to say brainwashed, but he's fallen for the trick of the group we cannot talk about, basically.
Yes, because Islamophobia is invented by Jews.
Yeah,
You
he's
know,
fallen for
just
the
like
nine.
anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are both invented by Jews.
Yeah,
So you know they're not counter narratives, you know, or they're not you know you know they're generated by the same people, you know, but yeah, the Jews hate and Christians hate Muslims and Jews.
I mean there was like what was it, World War I? Uh, there was no religious hatred between Christians and Muslims during World War I
Oh
or
shit.
World War II. It just happened after, Israel was invented.
Yeah, that's why both cards work so well. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, both cards work so well. You know, I think it was um, Michael Shermer who said that Islam is the last civilization on earth to reach the Enlightenment. Look at Sam Harris, who said Islam is the mother lode of bad ideas.
Shermer's not a Jew, is he?
Shermer's not a Jew. Sam Harris is a Jew. They get to openly claim that Islam. I mean, imagine if they said something like that about Christianity or Judaism. That Christianity and Judaism are holding civilization back. You actually hear the opposite. You hear that actually the Judeo-Christian values, like by somebody like Ben Shapiro or whatever. Is that the guy's name? Ben Shapiro or
Yeah,
yeah, I keep
he's the
getting him
famous one.
Yeah, I keep getting him confused with Zen Shapiro. But yeah, this guy keeps harping on Judeo-Christian values. Judeo-Christian values brought us science and technology and liberalism.
Well, to an anti-tech view, that would be a bad thing.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm owning being Muslim. You know what I mean? Because I guess it works. Against this type of narrative. That Judeo-Christian values are the harbingers of liberalism and all of these things. Meanwhile, Islam is the bane of civilization.
Mm.
It just they've painted Islam into a corner, which is I mean it's fine by me. You know what I mean? So I mean I don't know where the counter narrative to that is coming from, but I do understand that there is yeah Muslim family, Provost, Muslim family, salam to your Muslim family. Jews, I got Jews in my family, ethnically Jewish. My wife is ethnically Jewish. She's from Poland. So I have I have Jews. Definitely her grandma, her mom, were of a Jewish type of yeah, I got no choice but to trust the Jews because I'm in close proximity to them. But but yeah, so I definitely don't have any racial hatred towards anybody. But yeah, my wife is Russian and Polish, Norwegian. So she's a interesting mix of European and Slavic heritage. Yeah, Pakistan. That's where we're from. That's where I'm from. That's where I was born. I was born there in the wacky packy stand. Yeah, the packies go wacky backing them. Yeah,
Pakistan's an interesting country.
Yeah, it's like a bunch of goat herders living with some nuclear weapons. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. A bunch of goat herders with machine guns and nuclear weapons. Yeah. Man, this is so interesting, Provo. Man, Provo. Yeah, me and Provo are family. You know what it is? Provo's my brother. What's up, brother? Brother Provo. Yeah. Yeah, we're all family out here. But yeah, definitely can't wait for some of these characters. Provo Kid, enslaved by truth, chalk body outline, toilet bowl earth, chem before the storm, fire starter to come have tea with me, you know. You know what I'm saying? For sure. You guys are all welcome, anytime, come to Detroit. You guys are passing through Detroit, come have tea with the Machine Lives, send me an email or send me a message on Discord or whatever, whatever it takes, know, to come through. But yeah, we're gonna have to move it along. I'm already on my third hour. Yeah, moving into my third hour here. So I need to at least talk about Socrates and Plato, as I promised, so that I don't get too caught up here. And it's already midnight for me where I am. So if you're watching, thank you for joining the Machine Lies. Everyone is welcome on the panel. We're going to be moving to a topic of Western philosophy, the origins of Western philosophy. So if anybody wants to come and join the panel, feel free. You know, yeah, it'd be interesting to have thoughts on Socrates' take on reading being a technology that was a deficit to the intellect. Yeah, definitely we can cover that. Socrates had some interesting anti-tech opinions. That might be the first one that we read there. I was going to kind of save that for the end, but we could just move into that right away, since Provo Kid asked. And, yeah, Socrates. Yeah, one of the most notable figures of all time, Socrates. You know, yeah, Neuro, you're welcome to come up here. Of course, now that we're talking about Western philosophy, definitely, I could change my background here. Let me change my background so that we can get into seeing some of this map here, of the Western philosophers. Let me bring this up for you guys and kind of show you guys some of these developments here. We could bring this virtual background up. This is very useful for showing people different things, different little figures and statistics. But this is a very famous painting from the school of Athens representing two branches of Western thought, one in the abstract, the side of abstract knowledge, and the theoretical, and the other side of the empirical, and the science-based knowledge, so yeah,
What's
Provo.
that say? British imperialism?
Yeah, you're definitely welcome, Provo. I can't wait to talk to Provo and Neuro Jack as well. That would be fun. Yeah, let me move out of the way so you guys can see this. Yeah, you seen this on Firestarter?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What was your question?
It says British empiricism?
Yes, British empiricism starting in the 16th century, most notably with figures like John Locke,
Oh.
Yeah, so this is the 16th century. Right here, we're moving to the 16th century here, with the British empiricism, but yeah, I gotta move back because it keeps breaking up. But yeah, see, it says on the bottom there, you have two streams. You have Greek skepticism with Aristotle, because Aristotle denies Plato's forms, and you have Plato's idealism with this dualistic picture of the mind having a reality apart from matter, which Aristotle rejects. Aristotle said that everything's essence is hidden within it as its true potential, and this is only found within a teleological scheme where something strives against itself to reach its true potential, as a sort of temperance, by reaching its own goals. And it does this in a process that is tied down by its own nature. Plato thought that nothing is tied down by its own nature, but that things are moved by being imbued with qualities that are external to them and exist within an ethereal realm called the forms. And he thought these forms contain the perfectibility instead of this perfectibility being within the potential, in the potentiality of matter itself. This is a fundamental disagreement between Plato and Aristotle, that existed, in which Aristotle went the way of science and Plato went the way of math, or geometry, or abstract knowledge. Whereas Aristotle said you have to observe nature and then extrapolate to principles that you find, through your study of nature itself. So this is kind of the foundations of Western thought there, but yeah. Greetings to Provo Kid.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, I'm not brainwashed by a story.
What's up?
Not much. I'm just fucking with you. Hey, let's get back to the topic. You're on a good run here, Machine Lines.
Thank you, friend. Yeah, we're getting up and we're bringing this stuff to you, mainly by several requests, but we're talking about Plato, how Plato hijacked the same way Confucius hijacked Lao Tzu, and made it all about social relations. Plato hijacked Socrates, his whole ethical framework, and he made it about different ideas, where Socrates focused on ethics and morals. Plato seemed to focus on metaphysics, and this goes to the third level where Aristotle completely derails both of them, in his own sort of worldview of empiricism. But and you can talk about Plato as being really separate from Socrates, him having a whole independent development apart from Socrates because of his Orphic Pythagoreanism on the one end. He's influenced by the Egyptians and by Pythagoras, to focus on these geometrical forms and this arcane philosophy that he learned in the Eleusinian mysteries, which he puts in the mouth of Socrates in the Timaeus and in the Meno. In his later texts, he's willing to put all of these things in the mouth of Socrates. But in the earlier texts, you see none of that. You just see him talking about Socrates' ethical teachings, his plain virtues and stuff. But it's very interesting that there was a teacher before Socrates named Parmenides. And Parmenides is really the founder of philosophy, because Parmenides said that perceptions can be false, that all of reality is actually just one, and so he said that change is false. And he said that perceptions are necessarily false because they are based on the notion of change itself. So actually Western philosophy never solved this problem, of Parmenides and the Zeno's paradoxes until they moved into Kant. Kant tried to combine empiricism with rationalism, He tried to combine British empiricism on the one hand and French rationalism on the other hand. And some would say he succeeded and some would say he failed. But we're not here to really discuss that whole segment. We're just here to discuss Socrates. Who was Socrates? The only way we find out about him is through two figures. One figure is Xenophon the Spartan, and the other figure is Plato himself. And but Plato put the ideas of other thinkers in the mouth of Socrates, such as Timaeus. Socrates in his own lifetime was thought to be under ill repute for being associated with teachers like Timaeus. But Plato openly flaunts his relationship with such figures, even though in the time of Athens, during Socrates' own lifetime, such mystics like Timaeus, they would be considered arcane thinkers. Actually, they didn't follow Plato. They followed somebody called the Sophists, and the Sophists, namely Protagoras, who declared man was the measure of all things. It's a starkly humanistic philosophy where they said that symbols and perceptions govern our relationship with the world and each other. So it's a powerful philosophy. It's not to be discounted. The philosophy of the Sophists.
Yeah, when I think of that, it's hard to disagree with. Like, how do you measure something without man?
Yeah, definitely. It's like Karl Marx also said. He said the root of man is man himself. He would kind of go back to this, Protagoras type of stuff. The root of man is man himself. And he would say, up till now, philosophers have tried to understand the world. But what if the point of the world is not to understand it, but to change it? And this was kind of the philosophy of Protagoras, is that no, we influence change in the world. We are the main manipulators of nature because we can't get out of our own perceptions. The world is governed through our perception of the world and our use of symbols. And these symbols, they refer to as logos. And they were kind of like movable ways that we can interpret, but also manipulate reality, to a certain extent. This was the sophist idea, that you could put everything on a scale. And Socrates said that that's bullshit, because and also Lao Tzu would disagree, because he said, he said what's high is really built on the low. So there's no distinction between things. Why do you call something high? It's because it rests on something low that supports it. So he said, high needs low. There's no distinction between high and low. They're part of one another. They function as part of one mainframe. And Parmenides would say the same thing. He would say there's no distinction there, between various scales of things, because everything that exists on a scale, everything exists in or on something. You know what I mean? So there's no separation between anything. This is the kind of Parmenides kind of dismissal of philosophy, or dismissal of observation. He says all perception requires duality. And so it should be dismissed. When we move into Socrates, because Socrates tried to combine a form of well, he used a teacher named Anaximenes, who said all is basically governed by the mind. He said the mind kind of stirs all things and moves all things. And this is kind of, what Socrates' own belief was. He kind of thought that there was a mental world that was in charge of this world, if you had to talk about his metaphysical scheme. But Plato sort of hijacks this notion, and moves it to another level, and who was Plato? I think because we don't know that much about Socrates apart from Plato, it's more important to find out who Plato was, just like we found out who Confucius was when we looked at Lao Tzu, because these are the people who popularized their message, and sort of they're also conflated with the message itself. First we have to separate Plato from Socrates, and then we could look at Socrates on his own terms, in my opinion, but yeah,
It's really hard to separate Socrates and Plato, though, in some sense, right?
Yes.
Like, I kind of think of them as the same entity. I mean, obviously different philosophies, but when one person's responsible for the entire, you mentioned somebody else as well, but when one person's kind of has another person's entire work on their shoulders, how do you delineate what's their thoughts, what's somebody else's thoughts, was Socrates's thoughts, some of the other philosophers you mentioned? It is kind of difficult to sift this out, and I think you make a great point. Maybe the root to that is finding out who Plato is, and that might be a good question. I like that.
Yes, and a lot of people say, well, that's like the genetic fallacy or whatever. But people's life experiences matter and who they become, and these great figures, these seminal thinkers, they're set apart from the average person by orders of magnitude, and it's useful to kind of figure out why they had so much influence, why people have so much fascination with them to begin with. And definitely Plato himself was an enigmatic figure, was somebody who explained Socrates. But it's important to note that he wasn't the only one who explained Socrates. There was also different figures who disagreed with Plato's understanding of Socrates' message that existed at the same time as Plato, and even walked up and challenged him straight to his face. The most famous of those is Diogenes, who was a slave of somebody who was a student of Socrates. He had dedicated himself to slavery to somebody who was a student of Socrates, and openly disagreed with Plato's metaphysics, saying that he totally placates Socrates as this great metaphysical teacher when while disregarding his ethical teachings, and him living a life of simplicity and rejecting society. Well, Diogenes thought that you should do all of these things. If you want to be like Socrates, you should radically challenge society. And he did this by masturbating in the supermarket, living in a barrel, and carrying a lantern around in broad daylight. And when people asked him what the hell he's doing, he said, I'm searching for an honest person, and I haven't seen one yet. But yeah, who was Plato? It says Plato was born in Athens in 429 BCE. That's interesting because we previously discussed that was around the same time where Lao Tzu and Confucius were, said to have met each other. And it says he died there in 348 to 347. His father, Ariston, traced his ancestry to Cadrus, who was supposedly king of Athens during the 11th century. So Plato is a descendant of a king of Athens from the 11th century. So within Athens, he's high nobility. So here we can get an idea of why Plato's writings survived, for such a long time. It's a rare historical fact.
This is kind of tangential, but the first king of Athens was half lizard, or what would the Islamic be? A Nagi? It was a half serpent, half maybe fish or snake person. So, that's kind of just out of nowhere. I'm thinking, which is unusual. Maybe he's got some reptilian blood in him, that or something unusual. That's wild, though. He's got this kind of lineage that would make one think that, of course, his writings were preserved. A lot of people saw his name and knew the history about him and said this is important. But keep
Yeah, and
going.
that's contrary. Yeah, and that's contrary to what you hear. You know what I'm saying, Provo? It's like you hear of Plato as this great rebel. His teacher was murdered, and he had to like pick up the weight, and he's like struggling in the streets. But here he is. I mean, he's propped up by the society. He's like part of the liberal upper class. And that's why he gets to travel to Egypt. He gets to partake in the Eleusinian mysteries, and
Yeah.
he's part of all these festivals, and he gets to talk to all these rare people like Socrates. He has access to these people.
It's like the country club for
Yeah,
the ancient
exactly.
elites.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. He's part of the country club, and it gets worse. Plato is a Fed. You know what I mean? Straight up. It says.
I hate to cut you off, but this also is a unique time in history, and you make note of it with the other philosophers. But it is unusual. There's a certain maybe phrase or turn of words that describes this moment in history where you have, unlike any other time, where a mind bomb that occurs throughout almost the entire world, if I'm not mistaken. Are you familiar with that concept? Or
Oh yes. I mean here you have in Africa, you have a great civilization. In Persia, you have Cyrus the Great. In Egypt, you have the great flourishing civilization. You have all these civilizations in Africa to Spain. Huge gold. People who are just fucking just have tons of gold and wealth. Huge empires of wealth. And then all in Ethiopia, all down to Ethiopia, just tremendous wealth and huge kingdoms. In Greece, you have the Greeks becoming mercenaries, under the Spartans for the Persians. The Persian Empire makes the Greeks look like a sandlot. You know what I mean? Barely visible civilization. At the time, they were totally eclipsed by the Persians, who were an empire, world dominating force. Where the Spartans were mercenaries for King Cyrus, and actually, King Cyrus is a figure that's mentioned in the Bible. In the destruction of the second Jewish temple. He's the one who takes the Jews out of Babylon. Takes the prophet Daniel out of Babylon. This great historical figure that Xenophon wrote a whole entire biography of. The Cyropedia. So people say, oh, none of the figures in the Bible exist today. None of them are real. Yet you have historical figures writing about the figures that are in the Bible. It's totally laughable. Totally shit for brains. Socrates, Jesus, and Lao Tzu are more real than these zombies that are walking around today. Yet they say that they're not real.
Agree, brother. Your mind is it's a still trap the way you can recall things. I'm impressed.
Thank you, man. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that from you. Coming from you, that's a big deal because game recognized game. So it can only be said by somebody who's equally, talented. You know what I'm saying?
It's kind of you. We didn't really tap. You were about to read off a quote, but one of the questions that I wanted to hop on, I wanted to hear your thoughts, was in regards to technology and reading, right?
Yes, I got that right here. Yeah,
perfect. I'd like to hear your take on that. I've thought about that often.
Well, who cares what I have to say when we could read Socrates and Plato?
Perfect.
Yeah, because I got the Phaedrus right here. I just need to locate it, and I will be right with you with that. Because the Phaedrus is where it's at. He's talking about King Tut. Tut. Which is THOTH. The Egyptian god of knowledge. He comes and travels to a Greek king and offers him the gift of writing. And
Yes.
yeah, I know the story by heart, but it's better if I read it. But yeah, it is a very important tale.
Almost the
You
most
know,
important gift ever given. I like kind of like I related to Prometheus. I think it is the fire. I think language is kind of the most important thing. And I'll let you go on, but I also think of Mercury and like this intermediary messenger, a messenger between God and someone's got to fill that role. And it's all often, kind of described maybe as Thoth or Mercury or this, because God would blow people's minds, right? If you met God and he was trying to give you some information, you couldn't handle that shit. You'd fucking melt down. So he creates these messengers and or these little G's, people call them, to bring gifts to humanity. And I think the biggest gift we've been given is language, technology. I think that's the first technology, and
yes.
without
Well,
it,
well,
nothing
it's
else
it's
matters.
it's the most godly technology because God says, and then there was, so we already know that symbols or words or something like that, language is translated one-to-one relationship. Sound even, is translated one-to-one relationship with the vision. And as I say, the tongue is a reflection of the heart, and the eyes are the windows to the soul. So it's like, these are two aspects of our inner conscience that's also transmitted through symbols.
Yes.
And I think there is something that the sophists noticed that the pragmatists later picked up on, like C.S. Peirce, who said reality is nothing but signs and signification of those signs and symbols. That it's just signs and symbols all the way down. And there is some truth to that. That in terms of mind totally eclipses matter. And that's why I think that Aristotle is completely false. But that's a topic for a total another time, I think,
And
because
this,
we could. Yeah.
you'll go on. I just want to give a footnote to the chat. This guy mentions Wittgenstein. Look, I've tried to read Wittgenstein right over my head, brother. So the one thing I could learn about Wittgenstein was his family history, and everything about him is shady to the core.
Very shady.
Second
Yeah.
richest family to the Rothschilds in Germany, right?
Yes.
Leading up to World War II. Lots of unusual suicides in the family.
Yes.
But I can't really speak to the philosophy, but I would say the family's fucked up to the gills.
Yeah,
But
total batshit insane philosophy, bereft of any courage or insight. Walked up to Bertrand Russell at the end of his life and said that logic is driving him insane. And that's where they go. And how did Bertrand Russell's philosophy ended up? His teacher ended up a solipsist. Denying the existence of other minds. So this is where their philosophy leads to, complete nihilism, complete melancholy, and complete impotence. On all levels, saying that science and progress should just guide humanity forward, and that people should just take the back seat, and that society should be run by the needle. So this is their great philosophy. Fighting in World War II, becoming an engineer of killing machines, combining the dark arts of engineering with philosophy itself, and claiming that those are synonymous with each other, and then getting fucked in the ass by a descendant of David Hume, Vincent Hume, who was his boyfriend, and they met in clubs in Cambridge, him and Bertrand Russell in a secret society called the Cambridge Apostles.
wow.
And talked about very strange parties that they had, for sure.
Absolutely. Where were you headed before that Wittgenstein tangent? Where were you headed there?
Yeah, Wittgenstein is dangerous. We'll definitely look at Wittgenstein and Aristotle and all the bereft baseless philosophies in the future, but we are looking at right now the most genius, in my opinion, the top three philosophers or thinkers of all time. Lao Tzu, Socrates, and Jesus. And Provo Kid had just prompted me to read a very important passage about technology and Plato's views on technology. Very less known views, but very important nonetheless, because people think that obviously Lao Tzu, not big on technology, out to nature, sometimes out to lunch, type of thinking. But Plato, very serious thinker, one that prized rationality and insight. What did he think about the misuse of human knowledge? He had some great opinions about the misuse of knowledge. He didn't think that one should gain knowledge for the sake of knowledge, the way they do in the scientific enterprise today. He didn't believe in that.
Yeah.
He thought that, he thought that knowledge should be attained for the goals of attaining truth, beauty, and goodness. In a tripartite relation, with one another. So this is fundamental.
I'm more in line with that myself when I think of like why you should gain knowledge.
Yeah.
Because if you to gain it for the sake of gaining it seems like filling a cup with a hole at the bottom. But when you seek it for yourself, or you seek outside of it, like you start asking more childlike or basic questions when you look at nature, the things around you. And I think you find more answers, or not more answers, perhaps more questions, right? Is usually where I find myself. And those questions I ask myself are fun to think about. And the knowledge you gain from them, I think, are more valid at points. But who's this? Who do we have join us here?
That's JG.
Welcome,
What's up,
JG.
Provo? How you doing, bitch?
Not too bad. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, we got all types of knowledge, and information out here. But let me go get my fucking Plato book or whatever, so I could appropriately discuss this
Topic.
Phaedrus work, because Phaedrus is where it's at, the critique of technology. But what I was gonna say is, Plato believed in the alignment of knowledge, and he said it was truth, beauty, and goodness. Lao Tzu famously rejected that truth and beauty could be aligned. he said the truth is ugly. He said truth is ugly. He said people don't like the truth. The truth is rejected. It's misused. It's ugly. It's forgotten. It's made shabby on purpose so that people don't want it. But the truth is, sort of, he thought the truth is hidden in plain sight. It's not beauty that's true, but he did align truth with goodness. He said goodness and truth must be inextricably linked. This is one thing that Lao Tzu did feel, but he just wouldn't include beauty in that. He said beauty, no, not beauty. But yeah, he famously says true words are not beautiful, and beautiful words are not true. so it's funny, but yeah, let me find my Phaedrus. And we're bringing you this information with sources, so we're not even shorting people on the sources, for this information. We're bringing people the actual sources of where we derive this information. So we're reading right now from the Phaedrus of Plato, a famous work by Plato in 380. And this is just a crazy crazy dialogue here. What he says is just insane. Socrates, this is from line 274C, starting there. He says, I heard then that at Nocrotus in Egypt was one of the ancient gods of that country, the one whose sacred bird is called Ibis, and the name of the god himself was Thoth, Thoth. He is he it was, who invented numbers and arithmetic and geometry and astronomy, also checkers and dice.
Nice.
And most important of all, letters. Now, the king of all Egypt at the time was Holy Tamus, who lived in the great city and the upper region, which the Greeks called Egyptian Thebes. To him came Tut, who to show him the inventions of Technos, which is the arts, saying that they ought to be imparted to the other Egyptians. But Tamus asked what use there was in each, and Tut enumerated their uses, expressed praise or blame according to which he approved and disapproved. The story goes that Tamus said many things to Thoth in praise or blame of the various technes. Technes are skills or art, which it would take too long to repeat. But when they came to letters, he said, quote, this invention, O king, will make the Egyptians wiser and will improve their memories. For it is the elixir of memory and wisdom, and I have discovered. But Tamus replied, quote, most ingenious Tut, one man has the ability to beget technes, but the ability to judge their usefulness or harmfulness to their users belongs to others.
Yeah.
Belongs to others.
That's right. Because like letters are just sounds. They're sound symbols, right? People forget that, right? So a letter is just a sound, and you string them along, depending upon how the other person wants you to react to that sound. They might change the tone or frequency or how you respond to it. Keep going. I love this.
Yeah. And now I'm at 275A. If anybody wants to read along, if you have Plato's dialogues with you, if you don't have Plato's dialogues, just print them out for free. They're available in the public domain. So, and they've influenced society for over 1,500 years. But it says, so I'm just continuing. 275A. It says, and now you, who are the father of letters, have been led by your affection to ascribe to them the power, the opposite of that which they really possess. So he says it's not going to give people memory. He says, for this invention will produce forgetfulness.
Yeah, that's right.
In the minds of those who learn to use it, because they will not practice their memory. Their trust in writing, produced by external characters that are no part of themselves, will discourage the use of their own memory within them. You have invented an elixir, not of memory, but of reminding.
Yeah. I've thought about this. That part, I've thought about it a few times, right? Like, because then, like, you can go through an event, but then the headlines read one thing, and now you're remembering the headlines and not the event, right? Or what somebody told you, or rather than your own personal experience, and you're relying upon that. That's fascinating. I love that. Great. I mean, from the source. Love it.
It's a paradox of knowledge that Plato also ascribed. He said, which the simplest thing is this: why do you always find what you're looking for in the last place you look? You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, because when you found it, you're done looking. You know what I mean? Right? It's circular. You know what I mean? All knowledge is circular process. You know what I mean?
Certainly.
And you know, and that's what I always think of, you know, the planner. You know, I could never get adjusted to using a planner because I would have to remember to look at the planner. So it's like I don't remember to, you know, if you remember to fill things out on a planner, then why would you need one? You know what I mean? Right? You know.
That's right, man. I never liked planners myself, dude. Never trusted them.
Yeah. But yeah, Socrates later says he later talks about this event, and he says yeah.
Like it also like letters and knowledge makes learning personal, right? So it makes you think that you know something rather than because you can write it down, but that doesn't mean you really know it. But then you take ownership over it because you wrote it down. I'm losing where I'm going with this, but fuck, man, it's the thought is it's just it's you go with where you're going. I'll try to regain what I was thinking.
Well, it kind of brings to the final point that Socrates makes is that he says that once somebody writes something down, and I noticed this with my book, and this is why I don't argue for the content of my book, because once you write something down, it takes on a life of its own, does it not? You know, those words have their own meaning, and people will interpret them, and they'll fight over them, and they'll edit and interpret those however they want to. And once something is once something is written down, it becomes more unclear. You know, this is another effect of it.
Yeah.
Than something that you know, is on the spot. A living doctrine, you know, doesn't need to be you know, static or lie there and be interpreted or explained constantly. You know, but it just, you know, applies. You know what I mean? So Socrates says writing, Phaedrus, has this strange quality and is very like painting, for the creatures of painting stand like living beings. But if one asks them a question, they preserve a solemn silence.
Yeah.
They preserve a solemn silence, and so it is with written words. You might think they spoke as if they had intelligence, but if you question them, wishing to know about what they say, about their sayings, they always say only one and the same thing.
Wow. That's
every
right.
Yeah. And then he says, and every word, once it is written, it is bandied about alike by those who understand it and those who have no interest in it. And it knows not to whom it speaks or not to speak. And when ill-treated or unjustly reviled, it always needs its father to help it, for it has no power to protect or help itself.
That's wild. I think too at this time, like if I'm not mistaken, the cultures are advancing where like the Iliad and Homer and the Odyssey, right? Those weren't written, those were like they were songs. So then you transition from where people's learning was it was different, right? So they learned from listening to others, repeating the stories, telling it themselves, to when you introduce writing and letters, then the learning transitions to being an individual act, where it's I guess perhaps less what would the word be? It's less tied to what other people have to say because it's you writing it, right? You don't need to check your sources or ask the person next to you what he said, and then you have to reaffirm it. You just keep writing and keep writing and keep writing, and you kind of get lost in what you're thinking and what you're doing. I don't know if any of that made sense, but that's kind of my thought at the time. Where also that's probably why they're looking at technology and writing as maybe it's a it's a it's a pejorative, it's a negative thing, because you have these other, the Iliad and the Odyssey, where those weren't written, they were stories, and they sung them to an audience, and now you have a new tradition that's welling up where people don't need to listen to an audience, they can read the book and then they know for themselves.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Oh yes. That's like what McLuhan said, about people watching TV instead of reading books. That people would become more interested in symbols, that their mind would become symbolic as it was in tribal culture, that you would experience a neo-tribalism through the use of symbols on TV, whereas people have to analyze words in a book. But since you're moving to a audience-based culture of theaters and books, to then a viewer or a consumer based culture of consuming symbols and memes.
Yes.
So he predicted that these memes would kind of reshape people's psychological mainframe, and it's happening today with the use of all of these abbreviations and smileys and things. I think I said this, because sometimes I write down my little one-off. I have like a one-off like thought, and I'll write it on this website to gain traction. But nothing has, nothing substantial has transpired, yet on this godforsaken website here. But I wrote emoticons are a modern day form of newspeak. Hence, the population relies on programmed responses through memes and images that are prepackaged responses based on recycled images. The world occupies itself with flickering shadows on a screen.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I like that. Heavy hitters with you, Machine Lies.
Thank you, friend.
Heavy hitters. I got to have you on my own podcast sometime.
Anytime you want, just send me an email. I'll put my email in the private.
Yeah,
just send
I
me
got
an
my
email.
book here for you. Ready for that book exchange, brother.
Oh yes.
I didn't forget about that. I'm trying to think of something else. To spice up the. But you're not a big. You wear like pretty monochromatic, like just black all the time. So I try to wear black for this stream. Anytime I'm on stream with you now, I'm wearing black.
Yeah, that's good.
It's a good look. So
yes.
Let me tap into this. I got one more question before I lead out of here, and I'd like to bring in Jesus to this, because I'd like to how you're tying Jesus into a little bit more of this conversation here before I head out. I got about 5 minutes.
For sure.
And you put that. Oh, I got the email right here.
Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome to send me that. I'll send you my book right away there. If you send me an email. Thank you so much for remembering that. I guess I was gonna talk about Jesus in kind of lieu of the same kind of process. Talk about the history and the development, and also kind of the background, behind the development of the ideas and the opinions. So kind of researching more what the context was, because I think that's what people are missing, really. They think that these thinkers, Socrates, Jesus, and Lao Tzu, that they exist within a vacuum, and as they say, nature abhors a vacuum. There's no such thing as a vacuum. You know what I mean? In history, and I think that history is a perfect pair to philosophy. Because history, things happen and it's scientific and it's practical, whereas philosophy is idealistic, it's, mystical, and it's, based on, based on concepts that are not readily grasped to the person who's rare, but everybody has history. History is no one's, it's not for the privileged, for the people who have already read books, or for the people who are wise, as a domain of the philosophers. History is anybody's game, and that's what makes it people, but in terms of Jesus, before you got to go, I was gonna say, do kind of the same thing with Paul and Jesus as I did with Socrates and Plato, and also Confucius and Lao Tzu.
Okay, I see
And
this. Yeah.
and kind of put into perspective where it's true, where it's hijacked. Obviously the Protestants hijacked Paul, put Paul above Jesus in a way,
Yeah.
but then you come back, and there's all these shifts, and some of the Gnostic thinkers, they say like Paul is more important than Jesus, or certain figures are more important than Jesus,
Yeah.
or certain. So I'm trying to put everything into the mainframe of, when did Jesus start up? When did Paul start up? What was Jesus's position like? What was Paul's position like? The same way I did with Confucius and
Yeah, I see
Socrates
that.
and all that.
It's
Yeah. So,
you got the structure of a book. So if you were reading a book, I would see how you would break it down. That's
yeah, for sure.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Is that your idea? Are you going to put this? Is this a book or a lecture you're putting together?
Well, it's just an introduction to I guess if people ask, well, what philosophers do you like? What guys do you recommend? I would say, I would just start with these three, and I would say,
Yeah.
well, let's look at these three because I think these are the most significant guys, and then let's move on to everybody else from there,
Yeah. And then
yeah.
in understanding those three, you kind of have to understand like the three beneath them or above them, right? So
Oh yeah,
that's
yeah.
I like that connection, how you kind of tie it all together, where they share a lot of similar qualities and their influence and their growth throughout different cultures and society. Paul and Jesus, Lazu and Confucius, and Socrates and Plato. That's beautiful, brother. I like that.
Thank you.
And Neurojack, man, thanks for hopping on. Love you,
Yeah,
brother.
man. You too, man. I'm glad you're on. I actually wanted to mention one thing before you leave. You talked about the creature that basically started Athens, and I heard you guys also talking about how somebody gave writing to humans, and I think that's actually both of those stories are actually pretty common across the world when you start looking at you know a lot of different religions. So I mean, if you look at Hinduism and you read the Ramayana, which is about a guy named Rama. I mean, it's I was trying to get someone. I always try to talk about that because if you really look at that story, it's tied to a bunch of other weird religions in Asia, and like the founding of a lot of places that are huge places and huge civilizations and Asia as well. You get the same kind of stories kind of floating around, and so I'm not saying that it means it's totally true, but what I'm saying is like it's kind of weird that they're all kind of talking about the same shit, And I mean, I think it ties kind of into what we're talking about here, but yeah, I just think that's a very interesting point you brought up.
Yeah, I think you're right. There are a lot of there was a point when I was more interested in finding these weird like stories. This is Socrates. This is the king, right? And so if you scroll down, the machine lies, it has a picture of the half snake king. Kind of interesting. Um, and then your second point, the gift of language. Uh, man, I wish I was more well versed or I had the ability to recall like the machine lies, but it is fascinating that Thoth, I think, is the one of the most important gods in the Egyptian mythology, just for the simple fact of like what he's attributed with, because with what he's attributed with, that allows for the growth of everything around Egypt and the flourishing of Egypt. But yeah, check that out, man. What are your thoughts on this machine lies, this half snake Athens king, dude? Kind of weird.
Oh yeah, yeah. You find that all over. You got that in the Hindu doctrine. You got it in Europe all the way to the late centuries. They have the stories like Melusine. You know, the Starbucks lady is actually a lady with two snake legs. You know, she was like half dragon lady. And Starbucks symbol is like a fucking, you know, half dragon lady from fucking Europe. You know, that represents the ancient bloodlines. You know, they have all these serpent bloodlines going into the European history, like Order of the Dragon. You know, where they got the symbol of the Ouroboros coming from the Order of the Dragon. You know, it's very interesting stuff. You know what I mean? The two-headed bird snake thing from all the Slavic nation flags too. You know, it's interesting.
And then you tie in the fact what you said with Plato being a descendant possibly of this guy. He's got
Oh yeah,
some royal blood in him.
yeah, he's got the serpent bloodlines. Yeah.
But hey, I'm out of here. Machine Lies, always great to talk to you, Nero Jack. I'll still be listening. Can't wait
Thank
to hear
you,
what you guys
Provo.
chop up. I like this. I understood a lot more when you broke it down into how all these three philosophers, six of them really, interact and kind of the tie-in between them all. I love this. It's a great concept you're fleshing out here, the Machine Lies, and man, I learn every time I'm with you.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, thank you. It's always a great conversation. You know, a humble and beautiful man, Provo Kid. You know, please check out his content. You know, extremely talented individual. You know, in terms of editing, and you know, we will be watching some of his videos here in a little
no.
bit with his approval. You know, hopefully with his approval. You know, and
of
you know,
course.
be having a party out in here, smoking some weed, listening to Provo Kid video, watching Provo Kid videos, stimulate your mind. You know what I mean? For
God
real.
bless you. Who is this other gentleman up here?
Fire starter.
Hey,
Yeah,
Firestarter.
Yeah.
God bless you as well. And Neurojack, have a great rest of your week, guys.
thank
Yeah,
you.
you
Thank
too.
you. Bless.
You
Bless,
too, man.
Provo.
Bye, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. And I
What do you-
think this, yeah.
Oh no, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. I was gonna ask. I was gonna ask if Firestarter had any thoughts on what you guys were just talking about there, or
What about the Athenian stuff?
you know, lizard people, or about Socrates or anything.
I don't believe in lizard people, but Socrates is cool. I like how he died as a form of protest. That's very
Yes.
interesting.
Very noble death. You know, very noble death for
I think
Socrates.
they would have allowed him to be banished, but he refused to be banished.
That's right.
Did Plato actually meet Socrates, or is he just someone that he was
I
kind
think
of just?
Plato was like a teenager while Socrates was alive.
Yeah, Plato was his student, his most prolific student. Just as Socrates had many students, but Plato was kind of the most well known of them. And Plato had many students as well, but Aristotle became his star pupil. You know, so they're all actually in line with each other in terms of being student and teacher. You know, they had a direct connection with one another. You know.
Um, on that point, I would ask. I mean, for me, I've always loved Socrates because, and even now, I find it strange that people say that Plato was basically just down talking, or putting down Socrates' views. Do you think that's true or not? Not really.
I think he definitely was fast and loose with some of Socrates' ideas, with one of some of his main concepts. If we're to believe thinkers like Xenophon, Xenophon wrote an apology in a symposium. And the thing with his writings is that actually Plato wrote an apology in a symposium, but he managed not to be there at either one of those events. He's just retelling the story. So is the story a reconstruction? Is it made up? Just what is Plato retelling? Well, it's brought to us like a play or something like that. It's an artful recreation, to say the least. Whereas Xenophon, his version of the apology, Socrates is a lot more unforgiving towards the Athenians. You know what I mean? He's kind of more insulting, really, towards the Athenian system. So it's
Well,
interesting.
let me ask you a question, because this is actually, I didn't even think of this kind of stuff being a connection, but I mean, it reminds me of what I like about Jesus as well. Because I mean, for me, I remember I recently read the Bible a few months ago, not the whole thing, but parts of the New Testament, and every time I start reading it I start laughing, and people say, well, might think that's crazy. It's like, well, Jesus was, I mean, he was pretty fucking scathing when he wanted to be. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I mean, very scathing. I mean, even being translated, you can kind of get the undertone of, like, basically fuck off. I mean, I hate to say that about Jesus, but I mean, he's basically telling people to fuck off. You know what I mean?
Yes, yes, scathing and difficult, and an ethic that is almost unachievable by modern human standards. It's important to note that any of these philosophies, they're extremely difficult to put into practice. Even Confucianism is, to practice. First of all, Confucianism requires that it be practiced on a society-wide basis. So having that type of organization is extremely difficult, extremely cumbersome. Lao Tzu says, my words are easy. My words and philosophy are easy are easy to understand and even easier to put into practice, but no one under heaven understands them, and no one under heaven puts them into practice. He was, understanding of how difficult and rare the ethic and that he presented was. And the same thing with Jesus. It seems like Jesus is extremely aware, extremely aware of how he's coming across, and he's makes no bones about the fact that what he's trying to achieve is not even to be dreamed of by those who are, lukewarm, half-hearted, or kind of mixed feelings about the whole thing. He makes many such treatments about sincerity, having a complete and utter devotion and sincerity in practice. The same type of statements that I believe that Lao Tzu makes about sincerity, and that Socrates makes about humility being the mark of a truth seeker. I think it's interesting to note, and I'll read this, because Confucius presents the principle that Jesus presents, that do unto others as you would have done unto yourself. Confucius presents that exact line, except for in negative. He says, do not do unto others as you would not have done unto yourself. This is called the negative golden mean. And he presents it plain as day, in his Analects. So where did that come from? And Socrates says, that the greatest wisdom is knowing your own ignorance. Being aware of your own ignorance is the greatest form of wisdom. And here we read Lao Tzu say, in chapter 71, he says, knowing ignorance is strength, ignoring knowledge is a sickness. If one is sick of sickness, then one is not sick. The wise are not sick because they are sick of sickness. But yeah.
Can you say that last line one more time?
Yes, for sure. It says, if one is sick of sickness and one is not sick, the wise are not sick because they are sick of sickness.
Yeah, I'm see, that's what I mean. And so, when I told you when I read the Tao Te Ching, I literally could only read maybe, and it's a short book. It's actually the one I have is a really tiny, like little mini book, or it's like small. It's like a small book, but it's got a lot of pages, and yeah, it's just I could only read a couple pages at a time because I had to really sit there and read the words and like really get what this guy is saying. I mean, the dude was not playing around for sure. I mean, I think I think whoever wrote that was choosing every single word.
Maybe it sounds
Oh
better in
yeah.
Chinese.
Yes.
It probably does.
Yes, he was definitely Joker pilled, and it probably from the Chinese standpoint, it probably sounds hilarious,
Well, that's
um,
my impression from what I've heard from people about it.
yes. Like things that are so true and so paradoxical that they're just almost, you know, you know, they're at once incredibly serious, and at the other end, you can't take them seriously. If you do, you're doomed. You know what I mean? Right? It's like, so it's very Joker pilled, type of stuff. Lao Tzu, and I think that's why people don't really like it because it's not clear cut. I think from somebody who's, but there are many practical aspects to it. So, there is that um, aspect to Lao Tzu's philosophy.
Yeah. So the one I have is translated by Stephen Mitchell. I just went and found it.
Yeah, that's the most poetic one. So
Yeah,
that's the interesting
that's
one.
what I
Yeah,
heard. My friend who gave it to me said that he picked this one for this reason,
yeah.
and he gave it to me after he read it. And let's see, I actually have only read it once, so this is the first time I opened it for the second time. So let's see. I just want to see if there's like what I remember. Like the first line on this thing is like interesting. Yeah, it's a very interesting book, and this one's cool because I'll show you guys a picture of it. Hold on, if I can do it right. Let's see. It's really dark, so maybe it's not going to work. But let's see.
Matrix. Provo Kids got a video called Matrix, or maybe that's a band. But yeah,
I don't know if you guys can see it has like all this like artwork on the bottom of it and stuff. So cool. But yeah, I highly recommend people go read the Tao Te Ching because it will definitely
it's no joke. Yep.
put you on the make you feel very dumb. Put it that way.
Yeah, it's no joke, for sure. People who treat it like a joke definitely need to find some things out. And also the Shangzu. The Shangzu is a beast of a philosophy book. Anybody who believes that the Shangzu is not serious philosophy, it is completely, up there with the most profound sorts of wisdom. Shangzu, says, one day somebody walks up to him. He has a friend who's a logician, who's a very famous logician named Hoot Zhu that he always argues with, So he's telling Hoot Zhu, like, so Hoot Zhu walks up to him and goes, I have this tree in my yard. Its branches are too wiry, to ever be used for any wood, and its trunk is too big and, snarled to ever be cut down and fashioned for any type of table or anything. And Shang Tzu looks at him and goes, dude, you're really just, you've lost it. You're worrying about problems that don't even exist. You're worried about this tree that hasn't done anything to you, and you're worried about it being used for stuff. like that you need. Like he's like, you've just created a problem out of thin air. He said, like a weasel. Like he said, a weasel goes and chases after small prey until it falls in a fucking trap. And he says, the fucking yak? The fucking yak stands on a hill. Its chest is as big as a cloud. It does not chase after small prey, yet it does not fall in a small trap either. He said, now you have this tree in your yard. Its branches are too wiry to ever be cut down. Its trunk is too big and snarled to ever be used for anything. Why don't you plant it in a do nothing garden in a nowhere city, he says.
A forerunner to a bridge to nowhere.
Yeah, and then he says its branches are too wiry to ever be used for anything. Its trunk is too big and snarled to ever be cut down. And guess what? Because of its uniqueness, it will never succumb to harm. Because of its uselessness, it will remain.
Yeah, yeah. I actually that I remember reading that one too. And no, I mean it's inarguable.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
no
that's like,
argument to be had, basically. And I asked someone about Lao Tzu and what's the other guy's name? Confucius. And I said, which one's better? And they said, Zheng Zhu is better.
yeah. Yeah, Shang Tzu directly attacks Confucius. He has kind of an idiot in his dialogues that's like named Confucius, that like gets in all these mishaps, So it's funny.
Who's your favorite philosopher, Firestarter?
I'm not sure. I like Diogenes. I like Kaczynski.
Yes.
Uh,
Yeah, those are great ones.
Who else?
Yeah, those are some of my top two as well, for real. Yeah.
Diogenes is like, I don't want to. He's probably anti-tech and anti-society.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like he's the meme. Like he had a bowl to drink water out of, and then he saw a kid
Yes.
drink water out of his hands,
And
he's
he
like,
threw it
"Oh,
away.
God."
Yeah, he threw it away. Yep. Yep.
It's like, what is it? He's so possessed by possessions that he has
Yeah.
one bowl.
Yes. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
beautiful point. Yeah.
Who is that?
Diogenes.
Yeah.
Well, I like that dude.
Ever heard of him?
Oh yeah, we got another option here. Jack Talcott.
Uh-oh. Only from
Slave
Machine
Lives.
Lies I've heard of him.
Never heard of him.
Jack Talcott. I don't know if Talcott would consider himself a philosopher. He definitely consider himself a somebody who's interested in human psychology. I would consider him somebody who's interested in transpersonal psychology. Somebody who's very much a a kind of a guide or into becoming somebody who wants to learn and teach about transpersonal psychology. So I find that in terms of how that goes, he's able to sometimes subtract some of the woo woo type of stuff out of it, hopefully, and get there. And obviously, I support and admire his attempt. Be your own favorite philosopher. You know what I mean? And it's funny, during the intro to this podcast, or whatever they call these things. It's just me talking to a bunch of people, I guess. But you know, yeah, Ram Dass has some good stuff. Very much influenced by Taoism. Ram Dass, hugely influenced by Taoism and Plato. Kind of went there with Tao and Plato together with Ram Dass. He kind of tries to combine the two, into a mystical teaching. Very interesting character, a Jewish philosopher, Ram Dass. Of the modern age. Very interesting guy, very dangerous thinker in my opinion.
Why
But
why is he dangerous?
I think just the sort of perennialism. I think him and Chogyam Trungpa. There's many aspects of their philosophy that, if not properly grasped, could lead one to thinking that everything's based on pleasure, or an inflation of the ego, whereas you create your own reality. Obviously, I think that their philosophy can't be boiled down to that, but red,
Pol
green,
Pot's one. Pol Pot's one of my favorite
Pol
philosophers.
Pot. Pol Pot had a philosophy.
Wait, you
Everybody's
like
got a
Pol Pot?
yeah.
Wait, what was Pol Pot about?
If I'm being honest, I can't remember his full story off the top of my head, but I just remember it was like not as straightforward as it's presented. I think it was a little bit more interesting. He
Was he like
basically was like a neo-primitivist communist, like just relatively anti-tech, I would say. He basically did. What were you gonna say? Sorry.
I know he killed all the smart people, but then he just started killing random people. And then I know he wanted to take over South Vietnam, which is weird after killing a third of your own population. And then that's when Vietnam invaded and took over Cambodia for 10 years.
Yeah, obviously, these people are presented as heinous monsters and stuff, but I think Winston Churchill and all of these people are no different that didn't really make any much different decisions than these people made in terms of the scale of death. And obviously history is written by the victors, but who's to say how evil these people were and the stories they tell about them.
Well, Pol Pot basically just like kept changing his name, and he was just like very good at just confusing the shit out of everybody. I mean, like pretty much nobody knew anything about him. You know what I mean? He was just like a ghost. You know what I mean? He'd put somebody else in charge and go to the different part of the jungle or some shit. I mean, he's just a weird dude. He's just a very like, and
Well,
I
that's
think
what it
I think
says.
Mao was like that too, actually, to some degree.
Yeah, and that's what it says in the Tao Te Ching, and in Plato's Republic. In chapter 17 of the Tao Te Ching I read earlier, it says, the leader, the greatest leader is but a shadowy presence. And in the Plato's Republic, the philosopher kings choose the guardians. The visible leaders of the society are actually chosen by a hidden class of people who actually engineer their births through a lottery. So they engineer a form of eugenics through a sort of genetic lottery, among this ruling class. Very interesting method of ruling, but
Well,
it's
let me read a little of the Wikipedia from it, because I remember now when you read about him, it's just interesting. Like they make him like he was just this monster, and it said Pol Pot displayed what Chandler called genteel charisma, and what Short described as a magnetic personality. As a child, his brother characterized him as having been sweet-tempered and equable, and while fellow school pupils recalled that Pol Pot was mediocre but pleasant. As a teacher, he was characterized by his pupils as having been calm, honest, persuasive, and having an evident good nature and attractive personality. Chandler noted that he had the common touch when interacting with people, according to Short. Pol Pot's varied and eclectic upbringing meant that he was able to communicate naturally with people of all sorts and conditions, establishing an instinctive rapport that invariably made them want to like him. Many observers commented his distinctive smile. When speaking to audiences, he usually carried a fan, which in Cambodian culture was traditionally associated with monkhood. So, and then it said he was softly spoken and he was serene and calm, even in the midst of using violent rhetoric. Chandler noted that when meeting people, Pol Pot displayed an apparent warmth and was known for his slowly uttered words. Very likable, a really nice person. He was friendly, and everything he said seemed very sensible. He would never blame you or scold you to your face. He had insomnia and was ill often, suffered from malaria and intestinal ailments, and he loved his Khmer music, French poetry, and the work of Paul Valerain. So yeah, anyways, the point is, like, everyone who knew him was like, oh, great guy. I love being around him. So it's just interesting, It's like
I mean, maybe they'd say the same thing about Stalin.
yeah, like Adolf had the same quality. He just kind of, went around, he like went to the movie theater at the same time. He like made sure like everybody knew what he was doing at all times. Like he kept a schedule, and he led a very public life on purpose, so that people would think that he had no way to be planning anything. And this was part of his very extremely rigid, disciplined kind of existence that he had, that they would convince people that they were just regular Joes, and they had this quality to this disarming quality to them, that they could present themselves at extreme levels of normalcy, but yet not operate at the same, function at the same level at all, but yeah.
yeah,
See,
very unassuming, right?
yes.
And no, and I just say, and it's kind of a joke to say Pol Pot, but I mean, it's the way you rule does tell a lot about you. You know what I mean? So it's just an interesting story, and it's counter to kind of what they say. I would always be curious, like who was like Osama, and who like and Hitler and stuff like that. And I think that's weird. Like they do this whole thing where they tell you how if you kind of look at well, I'm not going to sit here and say that Mr. Mustache was a great guy, but what I'm saying is if you try to humanize people, you can only humanize the right, certain people. You can't humanize other people. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yes, totally. Yeah. I don't know if this person is Torana Suki Ido. I don't know if this person is actually Japanese or, but yeah, he's got a Japanese name. That's kind of cool. But yeah, I'm gonna step away for just a hot minute here before I get on this third topic, talking about Jesus. We have been doing 3 hours so far. So far, we've covered you know, basically Lao Tzu, a very enigmatic figure, very influential figure on the development of Asian culture and philosophy and religion, due to its recent, extrapolation in terms of Zen Buddhism, all the way into the 11th century, and the 15th century with the rule of the samurai, and even you have D.T. Suzuki supporting the fascists in World War II. So you have Zen Buddhism surviving all the way to the modern age, and we can say the same for the philosophy of Plato, that got brought back by the Medici family, refurbished and caused the European Enlightenment, where all of the values were revalued, a revaluation of values had taken place in European society, and this was a birth of a so-called secular age, although we know that this was based on many escaped versions of religious principles. So we have Plato and Socrates remaining until today. What about the philosophy of Jesus, which was eclipsed by the writings of Saint Paul, but also who preserved or revivified and restructured under the in light of the teachings of Saint Paul, who took a different approach as apostle to the Gentiles, but also popularized or spread the philosophy. So we're going to take another look at Jesus in terms of how we said that Confucius spread, Taoism through the Shi Huangdi, Aristotle spread, Plato's philosophy around, and by extension, Socrates' philosophy around, and the time of the Alexandrian, and the at the time when Alexander conquered different nations, he spread the Hellenistic philosophy all the way from North Africa to India. And by the time we have the birth of Jesus, now we're entered into the mainframe where we've seeded, this Hellenistic philosophy. And there you have the Alexandrian Jews, a pivotal place to start, in terms of where the historical nexus point for some of these thoughts and ideas come from, in the backdrop of, ancient Rome in the first century. We're going to be talking about that. But right now, I'm going to step away, take a piss, a hot, steaming piss of this coffee that I just took. And, I really got to go. But in the meantime, I will play some of these technological insights. The machine is watching us, and here is the one-eyed machine. Your God is not one-eyed. Smash the idol, move on from the confusion. Don't accept anything better than the less, than the best. Excuse me. The best things in life are free. The only type of help you need is unprofessional. Don't fuck around. Don't settle for less. Be the best you can be without the machine. And please subscribe to my friend Provo Kid, friends, for joining the panel. Second time Provo Kid joined the panel, and excellent discussions. Both times, excellent discussions. We need to, I need to cut those segments out where Provo Kid joined and just, show those conversations the same way me and Neurojack and me and Firestarter have brilliant conversations. Definitely adding tons of stuff to the panel. And look at this, 477 subscribers. Man, that number needs to go up. Man, you guys need to subscribe to this man. Man, wait till you see this video. This video is gonna really wake you guys up to what the machine is doing. You know what I mean? Because this is exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. You gotta like this video here, like I just like this video. I watched it on my TV this morning. But yeah, this video, this really says it all. I'll be right back, friends, and we'll talk about the historical backdrop of the development of the thoughts of Jesus. What does Jesus represent, as a historical figure, the significance, the import of some of those ideas. And we will be reading off some of those ideas and lines from the Gospels. So thank you for joining us, friends.
Hello, Hal, do you read me? Hello, Hal, do you read me? Do you read me, Hal?
Affirmative, Dave. I read you.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Yes, sir. How about that? How about that?
So, uh, one thing I thought was interesting about shogunate Japan, uh, they had a law that they banned the wheel for like 200 years. You know, the wheel. So it's an interesting government that literally has laws against technology.
Yeah.
And they banned the wheel because it was too easy for armies to move around with wheels. So they banned them.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. You know, and it goes right in line with the Taoist view. On labor-saving devices. They said labor-saving machines should be taken out because they complexify trade. They make everything more complex. You need more machines to do the task. Now you're going to have to take care of the machines also, and the farmers are going to forget how to use you know um, their mind and apply the skills they have in nature. They're just going to let the machine do the work for them. So they thought it would lead to a total loss of skill, on the one end, and also it would lead to a increase in the effort and total work that it would be needed to accomplish the task. So they kind of disagreed with labor saving machines. They said people should just do the work themselves, and then they would have to only rely on themselves. And I bring up that this is kind of what Paul says too, in Thessalonians. He said you should live quietly, live a life where you work with your hands, so that you won't have to depend on anyone, so that you could, so that they could just leave you alone and you could just live a quiet, humble life and pray. And this is kind of his kind of, I call it the practical, sort of individualism of Paul, that he promotes. That's kind of very interesting and very unique, because in Paul you have this kind of e pluribus unum, that we're all part of the body of Christ. That he has kind of this communal mode, but that everyone is saved on their own accord. So it's a personal salvation, but it's tied to a collective union. So there's both there. It's very interesting and fascinating way that he ties it all together, and one that has organized, I would argue, European society for over 1,500 years. So he's doing this in a way that's organized many communities, in history. And I think Wizard said up there, he said, what about Peter? We could talk about Peter. Yeah, Peter's legacy eclipsed to a certain extent by Paul. You know, um, that this has happened. This has taken place. You know, um, and Wizard is welcome to join. You know, um, EBT especially. Welcome on the panel. Talk about Paul and Jesus. You know, Yeah, what about Saint Peter, the first disciple to declare Jesus the Messiah? Um, the Vatican built on Saint Peter's Basilica for a reason. We love the God. That's right. Very simple. Very simple, my friend.
Oh my
How are
god.
you? Yes, we
Okay.
must put together the very special automatic checking system to have ourselves a nice time, my friends.
That would be hilarious. You should just do like you should do a debate and just do it only in that voice, and it will fucking throw everybody off, dude.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I got that voice on lock because I was born in Pakistan. So it's just like it just comes out. It is what it is.
That's
But yeah,
hilarious.
very simple. Yes, we are going to bring to you today the teachings of the Lord Jesus Christ, and it is very simple, very simple, my friends. Very simple, my friends. God rest Hotep. Yeah, bless up, wizard. Man, thank you for being here regardless. Yeah, but yeah, man, you go have your rest. We know about the Bible. This man be quoting the Bible all day. So he definitely knows what's in the book, for sure. Isn't e pluribus unum about making a salad? Oh shit. Yoga flame. That's right. Yoga flame. That's right. That's our friend from Street Fighter. But yeah, that's one of the coolest characters in Street Fighter. Definitely one of my favorite characters.
Which one?
The Indian character in Street Fighter. I forget what his name is. Like Dharmish
Daoism.
or yeah, Dharmish or something.
Yeah, some shit.
Yeah.
Daoism or something or Dal something. I can't remember.
Uh,
I played that game a few days ago. I went to a coffee shop and they had that the old school Street Fighter 2 in there. That was crazy. I haven't seen anything like that in a long time. And I always like Saga, the Muay Thai dude, just because, and Vega because I just like annoying people.
yes, M Bison is definitely the coolest shit of all time. But yeah.
Yeah, I played a lot more Mortal Kombat, so I had like very limited experience with Street Fighter. I was like Mortal Kombat was pretty much a big part of my life when I'm a kid. I played, yeah, probably quite a few years ago when I was a kid, like 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, Mortal Kombat is one of the greatest video games. Tekken is great too, but I don't think Tekken really is. I don't think any tournament fighter game really matches Mortal Kombat. I think Mortal Kombat is really the top. I think the concepts really, it's really a great type of a universe, as well as the techniques you have to employ in order to gain great skill at that game. I mean, there's just nothing. You could really, Tekken is, there's a couple characters and stuff that are extremely easy to master. There's people who could smash the buttons in those video games and just win, but you can't really do that in Mortal Kombat. You have to actually gain
No,
skills. You have to learn it.
yeah,
Yeah.
I love the timing factor on that. Everything was in the fucking timing. It's like because you're everything's simple moves, so you got to know exactly how long like the count is right after, so you can do another move. You know what I mean? Because if you do it too quick, it wouldn't compute. You know what I mean? So you had to get the timing like just right on that. That's why it was really fun. It was a really fun game because there was no, especially like Mortal Kombat 2, because there was no combos yet. So it's like very much the timing base. Yeah.
Yeah, it takes a lot of mental dexterity to play that kind of game. For sure. The combos are 10 move combo, 15 move combo. It's just ridiculous, ridiculous combos. You have to learn that the mental game is ridiculous for that. And if you're playing against people online, I don't know how the fuck these people are performing at that level. All they must do is play Mortal Kombat.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
no, that's the thing that doesn't make sense to me. Like, you'd have to have like a really quick connection and no lag, to really have a fair fight. Because a lot of times you're playing online, it's like, that lag. You don't really know if it's you making a mistake or is it the connection. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like, you really don't know for sure. And like, some of these people, they spend a lot of money to get like faster processing. They spend money to like, get a better connection to, and then a lot of them are cheating too. Like, they've caught a bunch of people who play Call of Duty cheating. They just get this like little AI thing and they just put a little controller on a mouse and the mouse does all the moving for them. So it's kind of ridiculous.
Yes, definitely weird choices for these people playing these extremely strange investment of time and energy, totally robotic surrogate activities. So I think maybe blow off some steam, once or twice a week. It's not a bad idea, but to play this type of game every day, it's mental vampire kind of energy behind these video games. Definitely
Break the cycle.
Yeah, break the cycle, folks. Read a book. Pick up a book.
Go watch Reading Rainbow.
Yeah, sit outside and read a book. That's what I recommend. You spend your time doing.
Touch grass.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got to like play a little soccer and stuff today. Not really play, but just kind of do it a little bit. Man, that's a hard game to play.
Yeah, and if you're wondering how I was able to commit my memory or any of the, expound on any of these thinkers or their philosophy or the history behind these things, I spent much time away from, the TV, the video games, all that shit, wasting my fucking time with all this shit. And, walking outside, reading books, researching and doing things, finding old books in old libraries, old giveaway shit that people didn't want anymore, having conversations with people who teach this shit, face-to-face conversations with people who actually taught this stuff for years, asking them questions, just like you could step up here and ask me a question to my face, or set up a conversation with me, or come to Detroit and have a direct meeting with me, or sit down and have some tea with me, and we could all engage in these topics together. We don't have to sit around and consume nonsense material, nonsense content, lowbrow shit made from purveyors of mediocrity, picking their asshole and boogers and making this in their spare time. Yeah, I mean.
Hey, let's
That's how it is for brown people. Tea. We don't got coffee. We got tea.
Oh yeah, I remember what I was gonna ask you now. What's your favorite sport when you were growing up? Did you play any sports or anything?
I did some martial arts, but I never did like sports. Like that's what I would like. I would just do like martial arts.
You didn't play cricket?
No, I thought cricket was kind of retarded. I don't know why. I never really got into that. I really wanted to be like a ninja. I was like, yo, I want to take like martial arts. So I would do like martial arts. Like I would do like Like I would sign up for like whatever the fighting, like Hapkido and shit, fucking, jujitsu and shit. I would sign up for that shit.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, EBT?
Hello, my friends. Hello, my friends. Assalamu alaikum.
Greetings, my friend.
Greetings.
Very
Greetings. The
good to
stream has
see
been
you.
very
And
good. The stream has been very good.
I mean, it is all just a trial effort to try to see what we can gain, what we are doing here, what is the purpose.
Ooh, very good. Very good. Yes, very good. You're talking about the gurus, the great gurus throughout time. The Socrates, the Jesus, the Lao Tzu. Very good. Very good.
Yes, they're very, very great minds. Very great man. It was a very great man.
Hey, we're about to have the next Indian Trump, Vivek.
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 I thought we were gonna get Dr. Shiva. He doesn't have a chance.
Yeah, we're gonna be. The Hindus and the Jews are teaming up against us.
What about Nav? You guys hear about Nav Deep? Nav Deep and Metro Boomin on the track?
Shit. Where'd you find this, son?
I don't know. I was looking at YouTube and they recommended Metro Boomin and Nav, and then my little brother tells me, he goes, hey, that's a Punjabi kid, Nav Deep. So I clicked on it, and oh my god, this music is unintelligible, but it's I have to say I liked it. There's something about it that was that attracted me. I don't know, maybe it's because of my Punjabi brother.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When's Punjabi wave coming out? Is that the next big
the
thing?
Punjabi wave. That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. We're taking over. We're gonna have the turbans. The scimitars.
Very simple.
Are we gonna have the little red hats, the little fuzzy hats?
Some chicken biryani, some samosas.
Very good.
You guys like that? That chicken biryani, yeah, we really made it to the top of the heap of the Indian culture. Motherfuckers were like Punjabi MC featuring Jay-Z and shit. We really took the world by storm. Like Punjabis, yeah. They really dominated India, even though they were farmers, yeah, it is what it is. My ancestors were farmers and warriors, mercenaries.
Suicide bombers.
Yeah, suicide stabbers.
Sorry, I had to go for it.
No, Punjabi. No, it's unfair. You're talking.
No, I'm just lumping you guys all together in one whole.
No, we stab people with knives. We don't blow people up. So yeah. So that's so it's like Indira Gandhi. Like they just stabbed her like 80 times. So yeah. Punjabis. They're kind of old school. We just stab the shit out of people. We really don't blow ourselves up, or we really don't have the bombs, or the bombs. It's more shooting and stabbing and axing people, getting an axe. We like to cut people's hands off. They got like a lot of knives and shit. It's kind of, yeah, that's more Punjabi. That's more the Punjabi way. It's like,
what's your knife of choice, Machine Wise?
Well, it's funny you ask, because here it is, motherfucker. Here it is, motherfucker. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, y'all.
You pull out a scimitar and you're like,
you call that a knife?
Got that giant curved sword just coming down.
The dude that they took the crown jewel from, the queen wears a diamond in the crown jewel, and they stole it from a Punjabi guy who put that shit on the end of his sword. So the diamond in the crown jewel of the Queen of England is actually from a fucking Punjabi sword, motherfuckers.
Damn.
That's what the Crusades was all about, huh?
Them fucking lizard people be stealing everything.
But I think it's like it
You
was
gotta
like the
watch
biggest
out for them lizards.
it was the biggest diamond ever discovered, I think. That they
Especially
put
lot lizards.
That's right.
yeah.
That's pretty cool. I
Yeah.
it's so interesting if you think about like the the jewels of the king is kind of like supposed to come from, well,
The
pillaging, I guess.
spoils of the empire, right?
Oh, this would look fantastic in a hat, honey. Let's just
It was splendid, absolutely splendid.
Yeah, and the dudes were ridiculous. The dude was sitting on a fucking throne made of gold that had peacock feathers like coming out of it. So the dude was just like these motherfuckers were crazy. I can't even play the film, Mughal Azam, that talks about the Mughal Empire, the crazy extravagance of the Mughal Empire, when Muslims ruled India. They basically had a crazy age of like art and shit. They built like the Taj Mahal and shit. Um, you know, so yeah, definitely the Punjabis were, like the Punjabis were like the mercenaries at the time. So they were like the foot soldiers of the Mughal Empire, and the Muslims and the Sikhs. Like my ancestors were Sikh. They weren't Muslims. You know, they converted to Islam, or whatever. Yeah.
what is Sikhism? Like very basic understanding, because I tried to understand it, but I don't think I did. Is Hinduism
Yeah.
is kind of like Hindu?
Well, it's funny because the guy traveled to Afghan region and studied with the Naqshbandis, which are like Sufis, but he himself was born Hindu, and so he incorporated several elements of Islam and Hinduism into like this philosophy of like being like a warrior saint, and preserving your spiritual nature, living a life of simplicity and virtue, and also of military valor, and also feeding people. That's one of their main tenets. So that's a lot of the things they focus on. And they routinely train people for military service within their religion. So they have all these military training exercises within their religion, because it's part of their religion, to like be a warrior. It's kind of like Jedi type of shit, like be a warrior and a saint.
Yeah, even the Sikh, the logo is even actually kind of stylized into Star
Yeah.
Wars in itself, right?
Yeah, it's got like a weapon that the
Yeah.
gods used. An ancient weapon that
They get a lot of special privileges in the United States military also. They get to
yeah,
have
because they
beards and have the turbans and all that kind of
yeah,
stuff.
they've done a lot of service for the British military and for a lot of militaries around the world, because of their religion. A lot of them carry like big, long ass fucking knives. This is just
Mhm.
Punjabi shit. Like Punjabis always carrying big ass knives and shit. Like just stabbing people up. Like they just stabbed Indira Gandhi like 80 times. And they had like 60. Like the way they did it was they just had like 60 people just run in with knives, and like and all of them got like killed by the security, but like one of them made it through, and that motherfucker stabbed that bitch like 80 times. It's crazy. It's crazy. So they just like cause havoc and chaos. Just 100 people just going out with knives, just trying to
Why'd they
their
kill her?
best. Yeah, it's interesting. Here, Indira Gandhi's death, the Punjabis were never satisfied with with the partition. They wanted their own country. And there's an interesting story behind that. Interesting figure. Uh, you know, um that was involved in that, named Bhagat Singh, a hero of Punjab, a very, very infamous dude. It's interesting to look up his actions and his, he's crazy motherfucker, crazy heroic dude. You know, can't be denied. Yeah, these dudes were fucking, hardcore. These Punjabis who weren't gonna settle into India. They wanted their own state. They wanted to liberate Punjab. You know, and yeah, um, these motherfuckers were not having it, and they fucking killed this bitch. On October 1984, two of Gandhi's Sikh bodyguards, Satwant Singh and Beant Singh, shot her with their service weapons in the garden of Prime Minister residence at 1 Safdarjung Road, New Delhi, allegedly in revenge for Operation Blue Star. Operation Blue Star, Indian Armed Force operation between 1 and 10 to remove Sikh militants. So, yeah, these Sikhs were just not having, they weren't bound down to the Indian government. They weren't bound down to the British government to begin with. A lot of these motherfuckers were just gonna try to liberate their own. Well, they wanted Punjab to be independent, an independent country, and there was several different breakaways after that, there was Pakistan and Bangladesh, used to be part of Pakistan, and then it broke off and became its own country, you know so it wasn't all said and done after they created these countries in 19 around 1947, same time when Israel was created. It's interesting enough because you have a Muslim majority country that's run by a secular government created in the Indian subcontinent, and you have a Jewish majority country, created in the Middle East on the same year, and they both gain the status of superpowers, by gaining nuclear weapons. It's crazy stuff. They're, you know, kind of synonymous, event there. But yeah, I got carried away talking about all this shit. I was supposed to be talking about Jesus and Paul.
It's okay, my friend. We talking about the Punjabs, and it was very good. Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we could go with the Jesus. Jesus lived in India. That a whole occult Levi Dowling, theosophical text. You know what I mean?
Yes, he traveled. He traveled to India, and this is when he achieved his enlightenment. Very simple.
Yeah. So we do have this, Aquarian gospel of Jesus. If anybody wants to,
This is why they do not teach you about the time between Jesus being 12 years old at the temple and between him being 30 years old when he begins his teaching. This is because they are hiding from you the truth about the Jesus.
Ravana says he taught some priest, a Buddhist priest named Ravana. So check this out. This guy channeled this book. So
Wait, this was 1908.
oh yeah, he just channeled a whole new gospel.
He just made it up
in 1908. But I guess, I mean, what can you say?
He has no historical sources.
No, he did not. He just fucking channeled it. Yeah.
No Hindu Dead Sea Scrolls
No,
explaining
well, you
that
see
Jesus
right
was
there, the big red flag is Akashic Records right there.
Yeah, Akashic
Transcribed from the
Records.
Akashic Records.
That's
Huge
right.
red flag.
He got it right from the source of all mother loving knowledge. Well, ain't that some shit? Yo, ain't that some shit?
That's the ultimate source. Yeah, I got it out
That's
the I got it out the record, son.
that's the ultimate source. That's where they learn how to make what's it called, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. It's crazy. Yeah. Akashic Records. It's crazy. It's fundamental. You know what I mean? That's where all invention really. It's fucking crazy. Yeah. Akashic. Man, I wonder where this bullshit comes from, really.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Where's of course, there you go. Theosophy, right
It's
up.
definitely not Hinduism. It's
Yeah.
definitely not, they definitely put a Hindu word on it, but it's not.
Yeah, more shit Blavatsky just made up. So
Yeah. And this guy followed Blavatsky, so it's only natural that he would make up something perpendicular to her beliefs. But yeah, this guy, yeah, I guess.
it's also amazing how much influence that she had. Like it doesn't really historically like really make sense, but I guess it does to some extent. But it's strange how all these minor characters can become so pivotal in the historical evolution of these ideas and stuff, right? At least that's the way that it's sold to us. But like you were saying earlier, obviously there's not a vacuum, but there are obviously pillars that exist within the you know within the timeline that seem to kind of bring forth these ideas that kind of make paradigm shifts of thinking.
Oh yeah. Um. You know. How
It goes way off in the deep end when Blavatsky comes onto the scene, though. It's what it seems like.
Yes, but I think there's similar figures like Swedenborg. One of
Swedenborg
the,
for sure, yeah, definitely.
yeah, yeah, like one of the things that Swedenborg and Blavatsky both talk about is this thing called the Oriental Kabbalah. And it sounds fantastical, but they say this. They call the yogic practices of India gymnosophists, and they call these gurus gymnosophists, and then claim that they're doing a tantric practice to reach enlightenment. That's the other side of the ascetic practice. So yeah, they have this kind of dual edge, left hand, right hand path, and this is some of the things that that Gurdjieff and because Gurdjieff was like Blavatsky's like main disciple. I think Gurdjieff was like the main guy who like took Blavatsky's ideas and expanded on them, after Blavatsky. And then he leads to another guy named Dmitry Mitronovic, who started this organization called the Black Hand. That was interestingly responsible for the murder of this Archduke Ferdinand guy,
Right.
That set off this whole, World War shit,
Allegedly, yeah.
allegedly, yeah. Uh, but but you know but yeah, this Aquarian gospel, which leads us to this Aquarian gospel, which is crazy stuff. Jesus teaches Ravana, and it's interesting. This is actually plagiarized by Noble Drew Ali in the Circle 7 Quran. The guy who taught Master Farad Muhammad, who started the Nation of Islam. Actually, that guy plagiarized large portions of this Aquarian gospel of Jesus Christ to construct his Circle 7 Quran. So he talks about Jesus in India stealing it from the Ahmadiyyas, because in Pakistan there was a guy named Mirza Ghulam Ahmed who claimed that he was actually Jesus. He was a Punjabi dude that claimed that he was Jesus. And it's probably happened more than once, and knowing the Punjabi dudes I know. But you know you know
Well, that seems to be a common theme throughout history. Got the OJ.
Got OJ McDuff. Stay up at night, do a podcast or whatever the fuck this is called.
The broadcast.
Broadcast. And the Ahmadiyya Muslims, Mirza Ghulam Ahmed, who claimed that Jesus was buried in Kashmir, in a place called Rosa Bal. So if you look up Rosa Bal, there's a shrine in Kashmir where these people actually travel to this shrine and say that Jesus is buried in this shrine. That's what they claim, at least. But I guess they don't really understand Christianity or Islam if they're claiming that Jesus is buried somewhere.
Right. Yeah.
Because that would basically discount both of those
That
religions.
negates the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that would negate the whole thing. And it says Rosa Bal is a shrine located in Kanyar Quarter in downtown area Srinagar in Kashmir, India. The word Rosa means tomb. The word Bal means place. Yeah. Locals believe a sage is buried here. Use Asif. That's I guess a moniker for Jesus. Use Asif. The shrine was relatively unknown until the founder of Ahmadiyya movement, Mirza Ghulam Ahmed, claimed in 1899 that it was actually the tomb of Jesus. So here's the guy here. So I guess it's his own tomb then. You know what I mean? He claimed to have been divinely appointed as a promised Messiah and Mahdi, which is the metaphorical second coming of Jesus. Yeah, so this guy claimed he was I am the Jesus. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Very good. Yeah. And of course this concept was hijacked by the Nation of Islam. This is how the Nation of Islam was formed. It was based off of this sect of Islam. So anybody who thinks the Nation of Islam is based off of the Muslim religion, well, not exactly. Not exactly. But the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus, written by this guy Levi Dowling, this is some whole other shit, about the missing parts of Jesus's life. Where it says in the Gospels, it talks about how Jesus was born, and then it talks about when Jesus began his ministry, but it leaves out a great portion of his life when I guess they had to flee either to Egypt or somewhere, I guess, to escape the persecution of Herod. Now, Herod is a very diabolical figure mentioned in the Gospels, who is responsible for the murder of John the Baptist, who is a part of the family of Jesus. It's, as it says in the Gospel of Luke, it explains that Mary and the mother of John and Zachariah,
Elizabeth. Yeah.
yeah, Elizabeth and Zachariah and Mary are all in a kind of a family bond. So Jesus, so that's why this Aquarian Gospel sort of hijacks this tale. It talks about Jesus and John as kids, I guess, little cousins and
Right.
stuff. kind of weird, you know, times that they have, and Jesus travels to India in this tale and instructs a priest named Ravana on the meaning of truth. When the priest asks him a similar question to the one posed by Pontius Pilate, he asks him, "What is truth?" And Jesus answers very clearly, but he answers in a very kind of occult answer that he gives,
Yeah,
that
quite esoteric. Yeah.
yeah, that true that
What do you say it is?
what do I personally say it is?
Yeah, isn't that the question being posed?
To Jesus.
Pilate saying, "What is truth? We all have our truths."
Yeah, what is truth? We all have our truths, and I think Jesus just turns away. Is that right? Uh, doesn't answer him, and but in this one, or at least in the Circle 7 Quran, a famous quote by that was employed by Noble Drew Ali, because we no longer know if he plagiarized this or if he wrote it himself, but he says, "There never was a time when man was not," and that that there's two things that exist: truth and falsehood, and that man himself is a combination of these two things. So that's what it says in their extremely arcane philosophy, to give you a sample. But you know, but yeah, that's neither here nor there. We're talking about the historical figures, John the Baptist and Jesus Christ. Where did they originate from? Did Jesus travel to Egypt? Well, it doesn't really matter for the sake of the story, I guess. What matters is the historical backdrop. First the Hasmonean, the Hasmoneans, and the Maccabee, the Judas Maccabeus, rebellion against Rome, and then the reconquest of Rome of the Judean territory, and also the institutions made there by Herod the Great, that were in line with the Romans, trying to use the temple for sacrifices. The Jewish temple, which Jesus had declared a curse. He had rejected the ways of the Pharisees and the scribes, who were creating two sets of books, essentially heavy burdens for others to wear, and weren't fulfilling the law themselves. This is why Jesus said that one should exceed the commandments of the law in every way. He posed a challenge to the Pharisees that did not make them very happy. It inflamed the leaders of the Jewish community, who were riled up against him. And this is the backdrop in which we find our friend Paul the Apostle, because he is seen, or says himself to be a early persecutor of the church and a Pharisee, and this is all happening in the time of 30 AD, when there's such contemporaries as Philo of Alexandria. And Philo of Alexandria did not speak Hebrew. He did not speak Hebrew. He spoke Greek. There's no actual proof that Philo actually spoke any Hebrew. So you could tell that there was, Jews living at the time in Rome, living in places like Alexandria, and they had no underpinning. There was naked women displayed in the synagogues. They put the zodiac up in the synagogue sometimes. So the Alexandrian Jews were totally corrupted. They were, incorporated their religion with pagan elements. There's several heretical groups of Judaism at the time. So there's no consistency to Judaism at the time.
Yeah, definitely not.
Of Jesus. No coherency, and that brings us to the phase of history of but it's important to know also that Philo made several strange statements. If you could see his incredibly weird philosophy, definitely a Middle Platonist, and also a Jewish thinker, which is highly irregular combination, but which caused him to make such statements as the Logos is the firstborn son of God. And by Logos, he did not mean Jesus. He meant the creative reason. And this was very strange statement to be made. And also, he made two cherubims representing the dual nature of God and other such Neoplatonic schemes, that he would invent and apply them to Judaism. Rejected by most Jewish scholars today. And this is around 30 AD. A contemporary of Jesus, whose great grandson Tiberius, Tiberius Alexander, goes and signs up for Flavius' army to go and fight against the Jews in the reconquest of the Jewish temple, and fights on the side of Flavian to help destroy the Jewish temple and kill many Jews. So many Jews were actually, had an allegiance to Rome at this time. They were not, against Rome. They thought that you should serve Rome. They actually saw Rome as a pinnacle of culture, so much so that they would, sign up. Philo's families, served Flavius, as Josephus did. Josephus was a Flavian slave. He was a traitor to his own people, just like Aristotle was. Aristotle gave up on the Greeks, went and joined Alexander the Great when they said that he should flee Athens for corrupting the youth, just like Socrates did. He fled and joined the Macedonians, and then when the Macedonians came and conquered Greece, they set up a statue of Aristotle there. The Greeks never wanted it there. you know, uh, you know, they didn't believe the philosophy of Aristotle served them. Because it was a philosophy that could only support a world culture, the kind of culture that Alexander the Great would foster. You know, we got philosophy on deck, motherfucker. And we got Orange Juice, OJ McDuff. Brought to you by Jew Burger.
So I mean, I guess while we're on the topic of Herod and the Flavius family and all this, what do you think about the historical lineage of what we know about King Herod? I mean, what sources do we have on Herod, Josephus, and what Gospel of Matthew, or what are the other sources that we know about this?
I think for Herod, I think they knew who was the leaders at the time. I mean, I'm not sure about the historical sources for how they derive this information. If they get it from the Gospels or elsewhere, but I know one of the people of the Herodian family. I think it was somebody named Bernice or something like that. They were like a mistress of Flavius Josephus. You know, so they were actually connected to the family in some way. The Herod family and the Flavians were actually connected in some way. Mentioned also each other. So yeah, and I forget exactly, and I think during the time, yeah, I have a book here that kind of says, but the guy who wrote this book is extremely suspicious. Kind of Noahide, a pusher of the Noahide laws. James Tabor. Very very strange author. Extremely Zionist perspective. Despite what I just presented, about Judaism in the first century, he claims that Christianity is a Jewish reconstruction. Which makes zero sense. Um, you know, um, because what is Judaism in the first century? That's preposterous to invent such a notion based on the Talmudic laws of today. Or of 5 centuries later, really. That's
What are
completely
you?
unfounded.
You familiar with Joseph Atwell? A whole.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Okay. I
yeah. The
think
recent
most
attacks on
people
him is
might know
funny.
about that in the chat. Caesar's Messiah is one of his big
Yes,
books. It ties in how all the possibly the Gospels were some kind of poetic reconstruction through kind of this Flavian uh, method of writing about military events and stuff that were happening during that time and all that kind of stuff. It's somewhat
yeah,
compelling. I think most of it's pretty much just bullshit, but
yeah. It's funny. It's funny because my philosophy professor, Dr. Scripina, is a stone cold like atheist. like and also staunchly deistic in his summation, which I think that atheists are basically I mean that deists are basically atheists. For I mean, I guess
yeah, for all
functionally.
intents and purposes, yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah, they're functionally atheist, but in terms of what they believe, about the capacity of God, the limitations of God, their God is limited, and they admit that God is limited. So, based on that, they're kind of, stuck there to accept many things about the world as it is, practical aspects of how they view the world, you know, are basically reduced to materialism, and panentheism really is where a lot of their thinking lies. And we've talked about this. He views my view of a personal God as completely based in superstition. So he's not willing to, be find that amenable or find comfort in that at all. Even though we do share some of these same philosophical ideas, definitely he's not a materialist. So I appreciate that about him. Dualism is not, it's far more compelling than, just brute materialism. It's basically unintelligible. Materialism is just completely unintelligible. Some sort of dualism actually works out, except for you have a problem of how the mind relates to the body.
It does not seem very simple. It did not seem very simple. Then it cannot be. It cannot be true.
Yeah, really.
Hello. This is Akash.
Hello, Akash. Hello.
Oh, I know who it is.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Do
Please
you want a
enter.
Slurpee?
Oh, still have jokes.
Free Slurpees on the house tonight.
Please enter your automatic signature within the Checomatic successful system, and we will register all that you need within the manufacturing process. Thank you
Please
very
insert your
much.
chip now. Please insert the chip now.
Please insert the chip.
Please turn off your phone.
Well, I mean, so like not to derail, but I think you had a good line of consciousness going on. So we kind of got derailed there, but we're going into Jesus and Paul. I think is where we were headed, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of getting to Jesus and Paul, the relation there. Well, you know, we got stuck on the question of the Herod family real quick, so I did get I was mystified by that question, and you know a quick to think a quick search may resolve this. I'm feeling a little acidity from the orange juice that I just drank, but yeah, let me see this
Very good, my friend. I will be back in a minute. You search the Googles. You search the Googles, and we will find the knowledge.
yeah, because I have this in the James Tabor book, but I don't want to fucking, because how am I gonna hold this book up and show everybody the motherfucking family tree? I just look up the family tree and then see what it is. Oh shit, stupid motherfuckers! Subscribe to this shit. Okay, here it is. Okay, so hopefully we don't get popped for putting this. I don't know if you could even get popped for showing motherfuckers images, but we're trying to learn shit.
I bum atomically.
Yeah, there's this guy Herod Antipas and King Herod Agrippa. And then here's his daughter Bernice, who they say was the mistress of Flavius. You know, and there's King Herod Agrippa II, Antonius Felix. He left Paul in prison, it said. Interesting. And Salome asked for the head of John the Baptist. So here are the culprits. Herod the Great, who is basically the enemy of Jesus and John the Baptist. Somebody who was, he claimed to be a descendant of Jewish bloodlines and stuff. So he tried to usurp the throne of Jesus to a certain extent, and he ended up with many diseases, drinking himself to death, suffering a very miserable life that he lived, building up a huge shopping center outside of Galilee named Sepphoris. That was his life achievement, is building a giant fucking mall. So rest in peace, Herod. You, you know, I wouldn't want to, Hosea wouldn't want to be, being an enemy of, the really the greatest teachers on earth at the time. um,
So uh, this chart's kind of hard to understand. I mean, there seems like there's some kind of definitely some chronological
yeah, right.
issues here. Like,
Yeah, like what the fuck, like Like, why would it? Like, yeah, see, the problem is like they're going by the numbers. So the number 1 is on top, then number 3 is all the way on the bottom. Then right next to it, you have number 9. Yeah, it's actually very strange, because Herod the Great, he gave birth to Herod Philip, who gave birth to Herodias.
Okay, okay. Now I understand the chart. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yes, the
the
numbers
top
and
one
not
is
the
the wives. Okay, yeah, and then
yeah,
children. Gotcha.
yes.
I mean, how strange that this one family line would be so involved with Peter, Paul, and John the Baptist, though. I mean, like that in itself, and Jesus himself, right? I mean, this is
Yeah, these people were
quite interesting indeed. But
they were motherfuckers, and really, I mean, there was, they're building up huge shopping centers and all this stuff, and this Sepphoris thing. This is like a huge fucking shopping center, and just dying. These guys had mistresses, totally horrible. I think I have some of the information here in this book that I have of this fucking historical period here. If I could just grab this motherfucking book here from this goddamn table while also dragging my motherfucking microphone to this fucking goddamn table, son of a bitch. Fucking juggling this shit.
I think
All
it's
right.
interesting also there that the the head of John the Baptist is such a like that in itself like translates throughout so many different parts throughout history about because there's even claimed that the Templars like had worshipped the head of John the Baptist and all this kind of shit. So it's kind of interesting that that goes all the way back in that
Yeah.
timeline.
Yep, and that's what they're gonna be, And if I speak enough truth, maybe I'll deserve a similar death. You'll see a guy, in a video holding my dreads in my head and going, here we finally got this motherfucker, ha ha ha. And I did it for you, motherfuckers. Remember, I was there for you, speaking this shit, and
It's gonna be on live
Yep.
leaks coming
Yep.
soon.
It's the death I expect, the death of a fucking champion. The death that John the Baptist got for speaking the truth. This is a real fucking death of a warrior. You accept nothing less than them cutting your fucking head off your body to stop, you know, to stop, finally end you from talking. I mean, right? That is what they need to do when they meet somebody like John the Baptist. Cause that ain't gonna be done, boy. You better you better do something serious, you dumb motherfuckers. Right? I cannot find where the fuck this is, but yeah, Herod. We're looking for Herod. We looking for the boy Herod. Information. Herod's Jerusalem. Caesarea. Herod the Great is remembered for his cruel lust for power, his massive building programs. In Samaria, he built Sebasti as a defense citadel, complete with a temple to Emperor Augustus. Despite his Jewish pretensions and the requirement that he accommodate himself somewhat to Jewish religious sensibilities, Herod was Roman at heart. In effort to foster the Greek culture and the Romans had adopted, he even built a theater and amphitheater in Jerusalem, not to mention his own extravagant palace in the upper part of the city. Herod did not limit his legacy to his own territory. He funded public building projects in cities all over the Eastern Empire. Herod's son Antipas and Archelaus grew up and were educated in Rome under the direction of Emperor himself. there was no more powerful family in the Eastern Mediterranean. In 22 BC, Herod began construction of the new port city of Caesarea.
Oh damn! I didn't. There's a Muslim shrine to the head of John the Baptist in Syria. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Muslims love John the Baptist. We call him Yahya. And of course, from the Hebrew name Yohanan. That's where the name John comes from. It comes from the word Yohanan, which is a Hebrew name. So
That
Yeah,
that's my name.
I think John the Baptist is one of the most underrated figures in the
yes.
whole narrative, really, throughout all history.
Oh
From the
yeah.
from the get go, really, it's
Yeah.
pretty interesting. Yeah.
Yes, I was always very, when I saw those little Bible movies and things, I was always very moved by John the Baptist, the figure, you know, very close to my heart. In the wilderness, camel skin, locusts. That's badass. It's the most badass motherfucker who ever lived.
I always liked that fictional guy Noah and his ark. I thought that was pretty cool.
Hell yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Noah and his ark. Except for a lot of people would say the flood, definitely historical event, but who knows? Right? Who really knows where it happened, how it happened? I definitely don't know. Right? But Confucius, oh yeah, Confucius and Plato believed in the flood. So if anybody look up Confucius and Plato, they both write about the flood, and they were not people who believed in, most notably, not people who believed in Judaism or Christianity or Islam. So
Yeah,
why?
the flood seems to be a worldwide kind of narrative for some kind of general archetype or general structure for a meme of some sort.
Yes, it's God's old little false flag. God's a truther. You know what I mean? It's crazy. He did a false flag event.
I
in
mean, I've talked
ancient
about this
times.
before. I don't necessarily feel like I need to necessarily believe that Noah's Ark is a literally true story. Like, I don't necessarily need to believe that some guy built the boat and put all the animals in it and survived the flood, but I think it's more of a typological kind of lesson that's being taught there, but it could be true as well. I don't know. How would I know? But
I think it's not. It's probably not a boat. It's probably more like a spaceship or something. But yeah, it's
some
like
kind of like DNA fucking storage
yeah,
vault.
yeah, yeah. Like you got like little fetuses in a jar or something. Yeah, I think most likely. Like he's got their like stem cells or some shit. Yeah.
Welcome, Mr. Tribe, here to elaborate how he's transcended all religions and has grasped the truth of all these things. So, welcome, sir.
Yeah, tribe, you're welcome to hop up here and expound on your religious beliefs as we all are, because we are just having a go at this all willy-nilly. But the thing is that these are profound topics, and it's this is what I was talking about. Sepphoris, His dream was to build a modern Roman urban center complete with forum, markets, theater, and public buildings. This is Herod Antipas. Was only 16 years old when he came to power at his father's death. This is the Herod who had John the Baptizer executed, and before whom Jesus appeared the morning of his crucifixion. Shit, I don't know why I took this fucking shit away. We need this shit again. What the fuck? So what the fuck is this? Okay, so Herod the Great is here, and this is Herod Antipas right here. So yeah, interesting. And that's the guy who he rebuked his marriage. Interesting. John the Baptizer rebuked his marriage. Well, you're gonna have to kill him for that.
Yeah, yeah. JTB was up in there trifling in some other dude's marriage. I mean, maybe he did deserve to get his head cut off. JTB, you shouldn't be involving yourself in another man's marriage, sir. Maybe you deserved it. I don't know.
Yep.
This chart is still really confusing to me. The more I look at it, the more confusing it gets to me.
Now that I opened it back up again, I'm like, yeah, fuck this chart. Like I was like, oh shit. I'm like, I'm too fucking high to look at this fucking shit. Yeah. Yeah, but this is
I
the
don't know.
book
We might have to file a TPS report on that.
This is the book I'm reading from. I can't even fucking hold it up. Jesus Dynasty by James Tabor.
Oh yeah,
This
I've
shit.
got that one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's highly questionable material in the first part of this book. We should definitely try to break down the first part of this book because, man, he goes full Zionist, kind of crazy talk that he delivers in the first part of this book. Is he definitely shouldn't be allowed to write statements like that, totally unfounded statements that he makes there. But yeah, some of the historical information or whatever, the little places like where the town was, where the maps were, what year they built so and so structure, and like all this stuff of the monuments and the historical sites. It's it's useful for the pictures and all the little things of where they're excavating all this stuff, because you have to remember that it's Israel that's excavating all this stuff, and James Tabor is not a Christian. He's a Zionist Jew, and so he's allowed to talk about these things, but that's besides the point. Well, that fills in.
Shout out to tonight's sponsor, Jew Burger.
Yeah, shout out to the Jew Burger.
That's right. Over 6 million served, fresh
over 6
kosher,
million.
fresh fast.
Well, hold on. What's the Indian food company we got?
Welcome to Krishna Burger. Welcome to Krishna Burger.
There you go.
How about Delhi? Welcome to Delhi.
Welcome
to Delhi. Delhi.
Delhi is very good.
Delhi.
Very good, very simple.
Delhi. That's because they're trying to kowtow to Jew Burger, because they know they know those they know they like their delis. They like their deli meats. So we get their deli meats. Deli.
That's actually pretty dope, to be honest.
Yeah. You
That could
know,
be a thing.
double things.
The DD.
Just like Sanity Machine, double up everything, double up your face, double up your life, double up your accounts.
You know, it'd be the same people that own the Dunkin' Donuts that would own all the deli. I can't even say it.
Dude, I was just
It'd be
thinking
the
that.
same people. Yeah, same people.
Yeah, we had a
Pull up.
we had yeah.
The guy at the Dunkin' Donuts every time I order here. Pull up. Pull up. It's like he's threatening me. Pull up. All right, motherfucker. I'm about to pull up. About to
I used to
pull up. You
order.
better give me that iced caramel macchiato, motherfucker.
I used to order in an Indian accent, and I'd pull up, and they'd be like, "What the fuck?"
The guy at the Dunkin' Donuts I go to is very cool though. He's like, we got the new espresso machine, my friend. You will be very happy. You will be very happy with your espresso today. Only Dunkin' Donuts in the area had new espresso machine. As I pay $6 fucking for my fucking macchiato. Get the fuck
Ouch.
out of here. Yeah.
Ouch.
Get the fuck out of here with that shit. I'm also not going to buy an espresso machine because I can't keep up with that kind of responsibility. It's too much.
Yeah, I just drink black coffee straight up.
Once I got started on espresso, I couldn't do regular coffee anymore. I had to have fucking espresso.
Yeah, I gotta admit it tastes fantastic. But I just eat like some cookies. I'm straight. Yeah. Yeah. I'm a fucking sugar fiend. That's part of my problem. Is sugar, caffeine, and pot. If I could just curb my use of these three items, I think I would avoid a lot of cancers. Yeah.
You know, I'm exposed to so many cancer causing agents on a daily basis. Well, at least ones that cause cancer in the state of California. But, you know, I interact with so many on a daily basis that I don't really worry about it at this point. It is what it is.
Yeah, I guess you couldn't avoid it if you're doing like the type of electronic stuff that you do, or you know, or even just sitting here. I mean, I'm plugged into this laptop, and it's half the time I'm streaming this is plugged into the fucking wall, so I'm just radiating my own brain and my hands, everything. But yeah.
Often I'm around engines that emit like toxins equivalent to like 1,200 Honda Civics, like within 1 minute and stuff. So I mean, like, I
Yeah,
mean, it's okay, but
yeah, the human body is extremely virulent. Device, like for sure, formidable. In all respects.
It's definitely had some effects. It's definitely added to the gray. I mean, this is either wisdom or this is petrochemicals that have been destroying my body system. I mean, like, I'll let you guys decide on that one, but I like to say it's wisdom. Maybe a little combination of both, but
I can't show you guys my mustache.
Dead pigment cells.
My mustache has fucking red hairs, blonde hairs, gray hairs. It's fucking crazy. Like my mustache has all color fucking hairs in it, red, blonde. Like it's fucking weird. Like my hair is actually more reddish brown if you look at it in the sun. But yeah, it looks fucking totally black on camera. But yeah,
he's a Nephilim.
Yeah, I'm a Nephilim. I'm an Aryan. I'm an Indo-European.
Eurojack, get back on here to keep this on track, sir.
Yeah.
Get back up here. Eurojack's good at keeping conversations on track, I find.
I know. That's why I have him, really.
The king of questions, Neurojack.
Yes, it's the best. It's like the real bottom line fucking question, it needs to be asked, because people need to expound on this shit. And there are little nooks and crannies within it, See here he comes. How about Moses and Plato and Egypt? Yeah, he's been asking a lot about this particular one. With the Akhenaten and Moses situation. And also Plato traveling to Egypt.
I got to read up on Plato.
Wait, hold up. Did Plato never went to Egypt? Did he? His uncle or cousin or whatever went to
It
Egypt, right?
said it said he went to Egypt. When I went to Greece, there was some histories in the museum and stuff like that. They said, yeah, they kept saying Plato traveled to Egypt. Yeah, so I don't know.
And he went to the same priest that his what? Because who was the family member, or whoever that he learned about the story about Atlantis from? What was that guy's name?
Critias.
Yeah, right. And
Yeah, that
he
was his
learned it from
uncle.
the priest
Yeah.
in his uncle. He learned about it in the priest of Egypt. But
Yes, that guy's an
Plato did
interesting
go to Egypt.
figure. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
went to jail in Athens. Basically, tried to take over Athens. His uncle Critias. You know, Critius. Actually, I guess it's pronounced Critius. I'm not supposed to say Critias. But yeah.
The timeline for that also doesn't make a whole lot of sense, though. But
Yeah. Yeah.
this,
Well.
that's
Yeah.
something Archaics talks about a lot. But I think it's kind of interesting looking. I think Archaics is totally retarded on his take of it, but
What does he say about it? I actually know nothing about the Archaics fellow until you guys mentioned him.
well, I mean, like while we're on the topic of that with Atlantis and stuff, he said his uncles were told by the priest class in Egypt or whatever that Atlantis existed 9,000 years ago or whatever,
Oh yeah, yeah.
and then so he claims that, well, the Egyptians didn't use a solar calendar, and they only used a lunar calendar, like that a month was a
Oh
year.
yeah, yeah. I did hear about this. Yeah, from that. Yeah, Randall Carlson has that kind of thing too. Yeah,
Right. So
yeah, they took it
it's
from
kind of
Randall.
silly.
Yeah, yeah, they took it from the Freemasons because they used the
Mm.
zodiac, and the Platonic solids, and all that stuff to they have like a Platonic year. It's like yeah,
Right. And
yeah,
that's often the retarded truther thing where they think the Gregorian calendar is some kind of Freemasonic thing. Well, the Freemasons don't even use the Gregorian calendar. They have their own. They use it. The Freemasons use the Jewish calendar.
yes, and and they do the same with the Jewish calendar because they go, well, that's not referring to a year. That's referring to a jubilee year.
Right.
And then they'll expand, they'll construct a different timeline based on that.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
constantly have to move the goalpost or whatever. Like, I don't know. People overly complicate that thing. I mean, like we can observe cycles of the moon, and we can absorb the cycles of the moon throughout a solar calendar. I mean, like to think that somebody just like mistranslated months for years, and so like Atlantis was a few hundred years before Plato instead of thousands of years before. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of stupid to me, but
Yeah, it's just crazy that this guy Critias was implicated in the rule of the oligarchs, when the Spartans tried to take over the Athenian democratic system. And so, Plato and his uncle were always seen by the Greeks, deplored by them as being supporters of like fascism, and that's exactly what Plato recommends in the Republic. He represents a military style fascist government to take over. And the Republic is actually not called the Republic by Plato himself, it was actually entitled the Regime, and it's changed to the Republic by Cicero, I think, when he was teaching it in Rome, because Rome was a republic. They just changed the name of it to the Republic.
mm,
you know, uh,
Yeah, no, the Republic's pretty fucked up. Like you're talking about
Oh
Plato being
yeah.
a Fed, like he was straight up Fed post in the Republic for
Yes.
sure.
Yes, big
So I'd
time
say like
Fed post.
Plato would be a member of the WEF if he was alive today for sure.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I read that comment. That was hilarious. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Like this dude's definitely a Fed. You know, and what are they a Fed for? Well, you could tell. Like, look at what Socrates, what Plato Socrates is always saying. He's saying, well, we need to be like those goddamn Lacedaemonians. Fuck being an Athenian. He's always talking shit about the Athenians and talking and saying that the Spartans are awesome. So this is kind of what he is. This is what he represents. His uncle tried to take over Athens, and it says here, Perictione was related to Solon, the architect of the Athenian constitution. While Plato was still a boy, his father died, and his mother married Paralympes, a friend of the great Athenian statesman Pericles. Damn. So she certainly gets around. I'm saying, right? Like, she's just marrying one statesman after another. Some lady there. And I read earlier that he's a son of Ariston, who traced his ancestry to Codrus, and I think it was our friend pointed out here that this thing, Codrus, I don't know where I put it now, but it's like this type of snake thing. I mean, those dragon man, some dragon thing. But yeah, we got Plato being a total Fed, being part of the liberal elite within Athens, trying to do an insurrection on Athens there. you know, uh, highly disturbing stuff, with Plato. And of course, you could see why they then, attempted to exile them, because they were trying to overthrow the government. I mean, they're kind of basically treacherous, individuals. To quote James Madison, I think it was, if every Athenian was a Socrates, then all of Athens would be a mob. Well, of course, I disagree greatly with Sir Madison there, but you know, but you know, definitely some people thought that that if we're all gonna that everyone can't be a philosopher. Plato himself thought that. He thought that only few would actually rise to the top of the heap and become philosopher kings. Guiding the masses through their own ignorance, using their own ignorance to guide them in a way.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, Plato had a kind of form of the goyim in of itself, right? Yeah,
yeah. Yeah, he had the bronze class, the
right.
goyim, the untouchables, and not only did he believe in the caste system, but he believed in reincarnation. So he believed in a soul trap. you know, Unfortunately, Plato's metaphysics is totally untenable. Yeah, you actually have to get to like some of those Christian thinkers to actually make it make sense. But yeah, it's not getting off the ground until like the 1100s or so. Like,
Right, right. And that's another big point. I mean, ooh, I don't know. I guess this brings in some alternative history kind of stuff, which viewers might be interested in. But how do we even know that the works of Plato were even preserved until, the 1100s and stuff? Were they, did they actually just were invented during that time, or were they actually somehow preserved from their origin? I think that's an interesting question to me. I don't know.
Yeah, and of course you have pseudo pedagraphical works by Plato as well. Um, you know, Plato, pseudo pedagraphia.
I mean, because the official fiction is that the Muslims somehow preserved the works of Plato, right? And then it was not later until the Christian thinkers kind of got it from Muslim thinkers, and they started
Yeah,
to
I'm
kind of.
always confused by that insinuation because
It doesn't make any sense. I mean, it
yeah, because
literally makes no sense.
how
Right.
is Saint Augustine and Thomas Aquinas and all these people expounding on that philosophy,
Right.
the whole time, like way before the Medici's like recovered it from the Muslim.
Right. Right.
Like, oh, yeah, but they've been talking about it for 1,000 years. That
Right.
makes no sense. Like, yeah, yeah. Like, what about Boethius? Like, he just, I guess he learned from the Muslims. He would have like what? It's like bullshit. Yeah, yeah. That's the type of history that just really, it's like you have to put two and two together, folks. Look at this pseudo pedagraphic. Wait, why did it look this up and not Plato's specific ones? Okay, wait, Plato. Okay, here we go. Pseudo pedagraphic. What the fuck? Pseudo Arist. They got pseudo Aristotle. What the fuck? Man, motherfucker. God, this search is so retarded. Why? First of all, it's using Yahoo search. It's the most retarded search engine. Like let's use like Bing. That's the one with the fucking AI.
Yahoo
Yeah.
actually comes back with some pretty good results at this. Google is totally retarded at this point. Like,
Yes,
it
it
gives you
doesn't
like
work
10
anymore.
results. It gives you like 10 results now. Like, it's
Yeah, it doesn't work anymore. Yeah.
totally dead.
That-
Dead internet theory.
This isn't doing much either for me, but yeah.
Remember when you used to get like a million results for a search, and now you get like fucking like 10. That's it. That's all you get.
Yeah, well, if we just look up dialogues, we'll be able to find something here. Look up dialogues. His 36 dialogues. Dialogues of Plato. Okay. Yeah, like I know, like Alcibiades, for example. Like people don't know if he wrote Alcibiades. The first Alcibiades. Alcibiades won a dialogue ascribed to Plato. You know, um, but some of these dialogues, people think that people in his academy wrote them, students in his academy wrote them, and they just never got credit for it. And because it came out of his academy, you know,
Well, yeah, and this is also kind of, I've made fun of the Dada Ching before just to troll people that hold to it, but I mean, like, this only gets introduced to the Western world by the Jesuits. I mean, the Dada Ching is introduced to the Western world by Jesuits and is translated by Jesuits, and it becomes a important philosophical text because of the Jesuits. Like, I mean, this is
yeah, it's
just
probably the same with Rumi. Anytime you see this, it's the first two things that come up, and it's the most translated works are the poems of Rumi and the works of the Tao Te Ching. Next to the Bible, they're like some of the most
right. Yeah.
translated works in the world.
Hmm.
That are non-religious books. But it's the first thing you see whenever you see any type of new age or perennial philosophy. You'll see Rumi or the Tao Te Ching because not like Rumi's love poetry does not have to be construed as religious. It could just be artful, and then the Tao Te Ching is philosophical. It has nothing to do with religion. It's a coherent philosophy, but like to use it as a spiritual guide, it seems kind of like childish. Or the people who did got themselves killed because they started to look for the elixir of long life, and they drank that shit and they died. So the people who tried to become Taoists or follow Taoism, outside of it being a metaphor, they're not here anymore. They look for the unless you want to look for the elixir of everlasting life, this is not feasible, or you go look for the people who live on the mountain and sip dew and don't need to eat food, and they're not good
live
luck.
on a pole. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like the Desert Fathers and stuff are interesting, right? How these guys would go out and do these kind of things and all that kind of stuff. But I don't know. At the same time, yeah, that's questionable to me. At the same time, you're not required to believe in any of these people necessarily, but they might have some kind of value to them to some extent. But I'm not going to go like live on top of a pole in the desert and not eat for years and all this kind of shit, right?
Yeah, we got this in Islam. We got this shit. So it goes way off the deep end for the Rumi cats, because they start doing shit like this. And Edward Scissorhands over here.
Oh my god.
Okay. Where they're just like, oh yeah, we dance on the edge of life and death, and fucking, we scoff at danger and death, and
Is that where the fire walking shit comes from? Is that from the same?
yes, yeah, they call them fakirs.
Mm.
Fakir. It's like somebody who accepts danger, as a natural condition, fearlessness, and they poke themselves. Oh, they poke themselves.
Wow.
But yeah, that's the thing, that he'll just stand there and stick a stake through their face with their eyes wide open, just to show you that they don't feel any of the pain, because it's all in their fucking mind. Yeah, and then they'll take the needle out and they won't bleed because they can control their bleeding. It's fucking crazy. They could stop the blood. Yeah. So they're able to control their autonomic nervous system. It is a feat that can be accomplished.
That's
Through
kind
these
of weird because it's kind of like a dichotomy to like stigmata in the like where it's uncontrolled bleeding and stuff like at the same time, but it's still mystical. Like it's kind of
Yeah.
interesting.
I mean, say what you want about this man. He does not look like he's having a great time, for sure. But shit.
Nah, I mean, I think he's doing what he do. He do what he do.
Yeah, I mean, one day I just, I could just.
Harry Carey. Harry
Yeah.
Carey.
Yeah. Feels good. Oh God. Spooky motherfuckers. Y'all some spooky motherfuckers.
Because that's eventually what the blood over intent guy did. Eventually, he just cut himself wide open and just bled
And then
everywhere.
And then the Rumi poetry, the way they devote themselves to the saints, and they talk about the saint and how this guy is like amazing. This guy's face is like the sun, and all this. It's like, oh my God, this is homosexual. This poetry is homosexual. This poetry is deeply homosexual devotion to some saint. And you go to these little Sufi clubs, and they're all wearing the same clothes and the same little hats. And it's like, anytime people are wearing the same fucking hats and all this shit, you got to get the fuck out of there. That's crazy. I mean,
Yeah, okay, so that's yeah, hats to me are like a big like weird thing that I've never really figured out. Hats is such a strange proclivity of human beings. Like that makes no sense to me.
Yeah, like
Why
unless
why
you're
why
like
why do humans need to make special hats? I don't know. I don't get it. I'm wearing a
yeah,
hat
unless you're
right
like
now. I guess I could
riding
put it.
on a fucking camel and there's sweat dripping down your fucking face and you need a fucking turban to soak it the fuck up. Put that shit away. Like, the fuck is going on? Right?
I don't know. Hats are a very strange thing about human existence. As
Yes.
simple as it is, but it's definitely like a super complex thing about our existence because every religion has a hat, which is strange, I think, but I don't know how to break it down still yet. But
Yeah. Anytime these cats are wearing these hats, there's some issues. But yeah, we moved a little bit to 22 AD, where we're talking about Herod's building projects. Move to 33 AD or 30 AD, you know, where Jesus starts his ministry. There's 3 years there where he starts his ministry, and
well,
this is
that timeline is contested though. But I yield.
in what sense?
Well, I mean, it might have been whether is it well because you're getting the distinction in that that's where the Gregorian calendar and shit comes into whether or not Jesus
Right,
was. It may have been at what we would call 30 AD or
right.
whatever, but whether or not Jesus was 30 years old at the time, that would be the
Oh
contention.
yeah, there's no way it was just like a clean,
Right, right, yeah.
there's no way possible that,
Because even Irenaeus says that Jesus was like 50 some years old or something during his ministry or whatever. So so do we know whether Jesus was 30 years old at 30 AD? We don't know that. And nobody even actually even claims really that to be the real truth though. That's where it gets kind of convoluted where people kind of miss the mark on it. It doesn't really matter. It really doesn't intentionally matter. So anyways, I yield. Continue.
yeah, what really matters is the historical backdrop there, because it's just really strange period. I mean, you could tell that, and the reason I illustrated all of what I previously illustrated was, first of all, to dismiss these theosophical notions or these mythicist notions and opinions, and then bring in the fact that we're actually living in a historical period that has many key events, and part of these key events are actual times and dates. you know 400 400 BC, you have the writing of the Cyropedia, by Xenophon, who is a disciple of Socrates, but he's also writing about King Cyrus, this figure that's in the Bible, who the Spartans are now mercenaries for Persia. And Xenophon is part of this mercenary class, and he's writing this he's writing about King Cyrus, Cyrus the Great. And this is 400 BC. Now you go to around 100 BC, and you have the Hasmonean revolt with the Maccabees. You have Judas Maccabeus taking over Rome. Then in around 1 AD, you have this great shift. With these people, these Herodians, all these people that are taken over in the power, and this causes a great shift. So in And you also have the Alexandrian Jews. You have the spread of the Hellenistic philosophy to North Africa, to India. So you have this whole backdrop of this time. So you have all of these major historical events that puts Jesus in the backdrop of this Judea that's under the control of the Roman Empire right at the time when it said that Jesus' ministry was said to begin. So you have all of these historical events lining up. Then you have all of these figures, the Herodians, that are linked with the events of the Gospels. So they're mentioning historical figures that are involved in the Gospels, in Acts. King Agrippa is one of the people who Paul explains his conversion story to in Acts. So this is already we see these guys around in 20 AD, building major historical sites, around that we mentioned, around the area, and you have these great historical figures, John the Baptist and Jesus, starting their great teaching at this time, around this time, allegedly we say, but you have this great figure. And we mentioned some of the views and the historical critiques of the Jews at this time. The Jewish religion was not a coherent religion. We mentioned some of the views of the Alexandrian Jews, and this is obviously them setting up two sets of books, a law for this world and a law for the other world, and then applying which one applies to which. And this is where you enter with the Pharisees, the scribes that Jesus ministers to, attempts to give them the version of the truth which they reject. They reject Jesus. And here we have one of the main rejectors being Paul the apostle, who then is converted to the message of Jesus. Now he quickly notices within his own group of people this thing that Jesus was talking about, this setting up of two sets of books, one for Jews and one for Gentiles. And he takes the role as apostle to the Gentiles. This culminates in the spreading of his message. Now in around 30 AD or something like that, Jesus is said to have, been accused by the Jews, and they attempt to crucify him. Of course, this attempt fails, and Jesus survives the crucifixion, and is then set to return at the end of the world. So, according to Paul, Jesus died and then was risen in 3 days. This is an important narrative for the Gospels, that he says that Jesus is the first fruits of the resurrection, which the Sadducees and some of the Jews denied the resurrection would come. This is part and parcel of some of their beliefs. They denied that there would be a judgment upon man. And this is one of the main aspects or teachings that Jesus came to, you know, came to challenge of theirs. This notion that, that we would fall to this. But yeah. So in 30 AD, we got, Jesus. Around 60 AD, we have Paul falling off the scene. Around 70 AD, we have the temple falling off the scene. The temple is destroyed by the Romans. So this is fulfilling a timeline, of events that are very can be linked to these various experiences going off there in ancient Judea. And yeah, so that's important to note. But yeah, I do have to take a little piss, but I will be right back, my friends, while you guys take this Edward Scissorhands character off the screen and put our friend Low Tech Predator on the screen, because we are dealing with the low tech predators of today. Low tech. Low tech. With the Imhotep ghost step. Never know what's next. Got the low tech predator. That's Rome. Rome was a low tech predator. Usurpers. These motherfucking usurpers. You know. But yeah. We got usurpers. We got thieves. Fucking thieves. Thieves and liars. You guys hear that song by Ministry? You guys ever fuck with Ministry? Ministry is the shit. I love industrial music. It reminds me of, I just think it's a sign of the times. You know what I mean? Industrial. Yeah. It's funky. Funky. I also like electronic music, but old electronic music. One of the things I was seeing is, these old computer animations. They kind of seem, I like looking at old computer animations. See if I can find these for you guys. I love these computer animations. Yeah, we're talking about Jesus, about the themes and the historical themes, well, we started talking about two figures, which was Lao Tzu and Confucius, how they interrelate to each other. We're talking about historical developments around these two figures. We're talking about how different figures popularized the teachings of previous legendary people. We're talking about how Confucius expounded on the thoughts and opinions of Lao Tzu. We were talking about how Plato expounded on the thoughts and opinions of Socrates. And we're now finally talking about how Paul the Apostle expanded and expounded on the thoughts and opinions of his teacher, Jesus, who he felt that taught him about the gospel messages. And although historically on the timeline, they say that the gospels appeared after the Pauline messages, a Christian view of this would actually place the gospels obviously before the Pauline letters, knowing that maybe Paul the Apostle would be already aware of some of the teachings there within the gospels. Is and is there some reason why Paul had to come in and teach a message, or to start a church? How was he related or linked with the with the disciples of Jesus? Because the timeline goes, well, Jesus, has 12 disciples, right? So Paul is not one of the 12 disciples. The 12 disciples are mentioned in the Gospels. Paul is not part of Jesus' ministry during his lifetime. As we previously said, he was a persecutor of the early church. He considered himself a Pharisee, someone who was from the tribe of Benjamin, and the tribe of Benjamin. A Pharisee, circumcised on the third day, he says, and one who followed the Jewish law and then became a persecutor of the early church. And then he converted on his road to Damascus. And he explains this conversion story. One of the instances where he explains this conversion story, he explains it to King Agrippa. And there he moves on to become persecuted by Rome, it is said. Similar to John the Baptist, similar to Jesus, and that's where the road falls off and ends. There's no more Paul around 60 or so AD. Of course, this is allegedly, we don't know the exact timelines, and we're certain that it was at a different time when all this happened. But nonetheless, we have large scale historical events that seem to line up on these various times, such as the Maccabean revolt, such as the Alexandrian Jews, such as the rule of King Herod, such as the ministry of Jesus, and such as the teaching and setting up of the churches of Paul the Apostle, who became apostles to the Gentiles. And how did he do this? Well, the story is there in Acts. So apparently Paul went and met James, who was brother of Jesus, And you might think, how is it possible for Jesus to have brothers when he was the Son of God, conceived through immaculate conception? Well, Joseph and Mary had other sons and kids, and they were Jesus' siblings. And Paul seems to have met one of them in the Jerusalem council. He traveled to Jerusalem to meet these people. He met Peter and James. These were two of the disciples of Jesus. And this is when he started his ministry in lieu of him becoming apostle to the Gentiles. Now we read two different stories for his Genesis. We read one story in Galatians where he challenges Peter. We read another story in Acts where he's given authority by Peter. Now whether or not, there was some conflict there, or whether or not it was minimized or covered up, or whether or not this was a conflict that was totally blown out of proportion by somebody else. People like the Protestants who try to make this challenge of Paul against James. Martin Luther said such things. So it's important to note that these differences were exploited during later times. But did they exist at the time of Jesus? Well, it's a good question. Well, we have to ask serious questions, the type of theory, or else we'll end up like the type of theory that Joe Atwill employs. It's just a ludicrous style of theory. That the Romans invented Christianity to make the Jews behave. Well, who does that support? It makes the Jews rebels against Rome. It makes the Jews wrongly persecuted by Rome. It makes Christians the supporters of a Roman conspiracy. And it makes Rome the victors. When Rome is not the victors, Rome collapsed and Christianity spread to Europe. When did this happen? It happened around 500 to 700 AD, my friends. Around 500 to 700 AD. And this was part of the main legacy of the Pauline teachings, that he was able to spread his message to faraway lands. Did Peter travel to Rome? Well, Peter was in Antioch, which is in modern day Syria, if I'm not mistaken. But Antioch, and Jerusalem, these are places where people spoke Aramaic. So they spoke Aramaic. The places where Paul traveled, they did not speak Aramaic. They spoke in Greek.
Sorry, I had to switch to the app, the appy.
It's all good.
So you said some things that were very interesting, and unfortunately, I was distracted. So I'm probably going to repeat some of what you were just talking about, but you said something about Plato's religion, or not really religion, but you said something a while back about Plato's belief structure. And I can't remember exactly what it was. But something about his cosmology or theology or something like that.
Yes, it's interesting to note that Plato rejected Homer and accepted instead a Neo-Pythagoreanism, in which it's kind of like soul trap, in a lot of ways, because he believes in reincarnation.
Like, could you think it's related to Hinduism? Or, I mean, not me. I mean, if not directly, but kind of similar.
Oh yeah, indirectly, definitely related to those concepts about reincarnation, especially within a deistic or panentheistic scheme, where the mind is actually part the true essence of reality itself, that the material nature is just an extrusion of the mental energy, and forms, that is a kind of that imparts a kind of theological worldview, you know um in which God is also limited. God has to act through necessity. God is bound by goodness and necessity. Actually, God has to act through the laws of nature. Many people try to resolve this, especially Christian thinkers try to resolve this problem. Because this type of system puts God in a sort of philosophical straitjacket.
Well, from what I've been looking at lately, it seems that, and please correct me because I'm sure that I'm incorrect somewhere, but if you look at what people call the Gnostics, the Apocryphon of John, the Coptic Church, you look at Valentinians, they seem to have a different influence than Orthodox, and it seems it's probably Egyptian / Jewish mysticism shit. And or something else that is not explicitly known. But I was watching something where they said basically Plato was a Kabbalist or a proto-Kabbalist or some shit like that. I mean, I'm not saying that that's
Well,
exactly
that's
what's going on,
why.
but
It's interesting that they say that, because actually, what they mean to say is that Plato's philosophy was used to devise the Kabbalah. So it's actually the other way around.
got it. So
I don't know if they did that intentionally to invert what's true,
yeah,
but
well, I'm sure I'm mixing up some of what they're saying because I I took a lot of stuff in at once, but
no. It's interesting that you mentioned it, because I have heard it explained that way. You know, that he was because of course they're assuming that the Kabbalah is always an explanation of Judaism from the very beginning. But it's a new invention. You have to have Maimonides first, and Maimonides adds in all of these Neoplatonic concepts into his theology. So Maimonides also combines Neoplatonism with Judaism, and then from Maimonides, his philosophy is used to devise the Kabbalah, especially things like the Lurianic Kabbalah. Where the Lurianic Kabbalah is heavily based on Neoplatonic themes. Emanationism for one.
Have,
Universal mind and all of these other aspects of
have you heard you've heard the Apocryphon of John, right? Or I can't remember the name of it. Let me double check the name, but it's basically the lost.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about? Like Irenaeus was
Yeah.
writing about it in the 180s in Gaul,
Yeah.
allegedly. And you were just saying something about the timeline. You said that Christianity didn't make it to Europe until much later than that. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah. It would have to be a little bit after the fall of Rome. The thing that actually makes Rome fall is part of what it makes it fall is invasions from the Germanic tribes. And those Germanic tribes, once absorbed into the outskirts of Rome, they convert to Arianism and then they convert to Catholicism, eventually, once they're taken over. The church there.
So whoa. Okay, so you're saying that the Germans took on Arianism. What's the main difference of Arianism versus what the Orthodox Catholics believe in?
Well, they believe in a Trinity, but they believe that Jesus is subordinated to God, meaning that Jesus is a creation of God.
Well,
if I'm not mistaken,
I'm getting some of my stuff mixed up, but if you look at, isn't that kind of what the demiurge versus all this? That's what I was trying to get at last night. Is like, isn't that kind of like basically the demiurge versus, actual God, and then you have the pleroma, what do you call it, the pleroma, and shit like that, right? Like, do you get what I'm saying? Isn't that Platonic?
Well, it's interesting because the demiurge is not a false god or a middle god for Plato. It is the god, so the demiurge is actually the main guy, and the demiurge actually means worker of the people, and I've actually heard people like E. Michael Jones say that the demiurge is the god. It's basically God. So demiurge
for fascinating that he would say that.
Yeah, demiurge for Plato is not a bad guy. It's actually just like God, but it's like a deistic version of God. His demiurge. Now demiurge does not mean false god or creator of a false reality in any sense. Plato thought of the demiurge as the one who actually is responsible for creating reality through the creation of the forms. So this God does not create it doesn't directly affect reality through being a part of nature or affecting or creating nature, but God creates the forms, and then reality or the imitation of the forms is basically just an extrusion or emanation from those forms. So it's not a total uh, reality unto itself. Now, when the Gnostics hijacked this concept and then transformed or inverted the concept of the demiurge, Plotinus in his Aeneads quickly tried to show and prove that that was a total false rendering of the Platonic worldview, in which it was self-contradictory in many respects. So he quickly dismissed. He made short work of the views of the Gnostics. He basically destroyed them with philosophy. You know, um, But yeah, it's interesting.
But I guess my question is, would you say that? Here's my real question: do you think the elements of Gnosticism were kind of have been obfuscated in Orthodoxy / Catholicism? Like, do you think they still hold some of those beliefs of like the Valentinians and stuff like this, but they just kind of conceal it for the sake of something else? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I guess it goes into the whether you accept the legitimacy of philosophical debates, and this is where the road swings off. And some of the Protestant groups will say, "Well, these philosophical debates have no legitimacy because when the church did battle against these various kind of things." When they did battle against Arianism and Gnosticism in the 2nd century, well, they had to construct complex arguments in which they showed the difference between the church teaching and these various teachings. And then in the 11th century, where they formed, all of these, they had to clarify their doctrines against Averroism and those attacks. Well, Saint Thomas Aquinas then had to use Aristotelian philosophy to argue against it. So this was something that they had to do, and whether these debates legitimized or expounded on any aspect of Christian teaching, well, many people think that they don't. That these are just responses to various heresies that are going on at the time, and they actually don't say much about the Christian teaching themselves. But other people say that their ability to kind of engage in these debates and meant that they were partly co-opted by these ideas. And we do see a little bit of that. There's a little bit of criticism of that. Whereas in other religions or other things, they would just not engage in the debate at all. They wouldn't clarify their position against another position. So
Well, it
they
seems.
just kind of leave you hanging.
Well, it seems to me that would, now that you put it in those terms, I mean, it's very uncomfortable for me because it's kind of that's the kind of way that I would have loved to have said it to people over the years, about kind of my suspicions about things, where the very act of arguing against something, you kind of lend credibility to it. You know what I'm saying? So it's uh, to the opposite of it, right? And what in that same line of logic we're doing, what do you think the tag argument is responding to? Why is the tag argument such a big part of this debate currently going on? Like, what are they trying to refute or obfuscate with that, in your view?
I think it's responding to this sort of this bifurcation that I was mentioning earlier between the the internal and the external, the analytic and the abstract. And in that way, it's trying to form this you know response to, I guess, radical empiricism, because at the time Hume had really driven philosophy off the deep end, because he'd said, well, if you believe in causality, then everything is just billiard balls smashing into each other, and there's no way that you could even test the minute instances or observe the instances between the instances. So he said that all causality is actually just a farce. You actually never end up with any form of causality. All you end up with is correlations. Anytime you observe anything, you don't know whether one event caused another, and if it does so minutely, then your observations are not based in anything, but you're just guided
And
to look.
and who
Yeah.
said that? Who said that, by the way?
That was David Hume. And then so Kant tried to kind of save, philosophy from this, radical empiricism, which kind of drove it off the deep end, by his kind of phenomenology, so he brought in phenomenology into the mainframe and kind of said, and the way he did this was by um in creating a kind of correspondence theory, between our perceptions and our conceptions. This is how he phrased things, you know, um, and
And what does phenomenology mean, basically?
phenomenology is Kant's haphazard attempt to blend, as I said earlier, French rationalism with British empiricism, by creating this third option, which is German idealism. So Kant created this, and, it created a tradition of lunacy, really, followed by Hegel and then Heidegger.
And
then
what does the German idealism basically mean? Is it? I mean, I I I would be, if I guessed at what it meant, I would probably be doing it a disservice. But yeah, is it kind of like leading into Nietzsche nihilism ish, almost?
Well, I guess it would say that rationalism is kind of the belief that numbers, have a reality. That numbers are, that the world of math is not just a figurative world, but it's a real world. A kind of a super world. So rationalism kind of claims
Well,
this, and then
no, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this is exactly, you're reminding me exactly where I was trying to get this to, because if you look at Pythagoras, correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard someone say today that Aristotle, his main problem with Plato was not necessarily his philosophy per se, but it was actually that kind of shit that you're just talking about right there. That basically that was what Plato was basically doing at the end of his life. Like he was basically just boiling everything down to like this world of numbers and geometry, and this is
yeah,
what's reality and shit like this.
and this is what you see in his late works, like the Timaeus. The Timaeus is pregnant with this type of thesis. Impregnated with this type of thesis, wholly. So, that numbers are reality, and this was actually brought back by Descartes, who used like Avicennian philosophy. Really, he hijacked Avicenna, which was a thinker during the Islamic times. A Persian philosopher who was these two thinkers, Avicenna and Ibn Rushd. They have a lot to do with the construction of the Kabbalah and Freemasonry, and also modern science, much more than most people recognize. In fact,
So, and I'm really apologize to keep interrupting you, but
no, it's fine.
this is kind of where my mind keeps going back to, because it seems I don't know. I mean, I certainly don't know where this all fits in, but all these roads seem to lead to this kind of crux where the language that's being used and how it's being used about theology in Christianity, at least, and most likely a lot of the Jewish stuff for sure. There seems to be this underlying infrastructure of this kind of geometry shit or something. I don't know exactly where it all fits in, but this kind of seems to keep popping up. And And again, like I'm, this is the kind of stuff where if I'm right, then I probably won't be here tomorrow. So but it seems that yeah, there's this kind of weird obfuscation of kind of multiple layers of meaning in a lot of this religious stuff. You know what I'm saying? And because if you're saying that basically, because I did look into what you were saying about Kantianism basically evolving out of Kant and Hegel basically evolving out of the proto theosophy, Western theosophy, essentially, right? I mean, correct me. I don't want to bastardize what you said, but this is kind of what this is where everything kind of leads to, and then you see that it's like, well, that's why Protestantism, even as bad as Martin Luther was, it just more opened a door than in and of itself it was causal. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. That's where my mind is going with all this, and the strangeness of how, like you said, that the apologetics are so clever with the Catholics and the Orthodox that it kind of leads you to think like, if you need 1,500 years to try and justify your beliefs, it's kind of, haven't you changed them by trying to justify them? You know what I'm saying? It's like, it seems inevitable to me. But, and again, this is not to attack the Christians. I'm just, this is questions I've been thinking about for a very long time. So.
Yeah, and it goes to, I mean, ultimately, I think that these questions all have an interesting evolution, and I may do another stream with another three historical figures, maybe Buddha and Muhammad, peace be upon him, and maybe another third guy, maybe Shang Tzu or somebody like that, that I can expound on three other historical figures that I find really are important. I know Buddha and the Prophet Muhammad really need something like that, but definitely there has been various because the type of reasoning and historical analysis I applied can definitely be applied there too. So it's not to say that that these religions or forms are special in any ways. I think in a certain way there is a development of secularism today. So it just really doesn't really matter what religion you follow to a certain extent, because a lot of people are worship the god of technology. They worship the gods of science. They worship the gods of the modern age. Whether we like it or not, and their belief systems and understanding of these things just fall to the wayside, and they choose not to question them. So there's that important aspect of things. But but definitely it's important to note that science, liberalism, and this Platonic synthesis, they do come from one direction, and that direction is from the European conscience. It does seem a very particular way of looking at things that doesn't exist in Asia or in the Middle East, and also not in parts of Africa, and that sort of thing, and parts of South America, where in Africa and South America you have sort of an animistic kind of a belief system, and Taoism, and partly in Islam you have kind of a very general belief system, one that can be very generally applied, and one that encourages simplicity, one that looks at nature as something that is you know um part of us in every single way, but I guess in Christianity, you have this special conscience of man, coming into nature, God coming into the world, and, how the whole conscience of the world is made for humanity. I will quote Eusebius in this regard, that it's a notable statement that he makes. He says, in order for man to become like God, God had to first become like man. And I think that this is really a very important concept within Western thought. You know, uh, I would say it's the pinnacle of humanism itself. You know what I mean?
Well, half of me thinks that you're saying that it's Whitey's fault, and the other half of me thinks that you're saying Christians didn't come up with that quote there, because that's pretty much line for line what a lot of Christians say. Is they say, God had to become man, but you're saying it's a Greek philosopher that said that.
Yeah, see, that's the trip of it all. I'm saying, who came up with that? Or what is that? That idea is complex. And
And what God was he referring to, if you don't mind me asking?
Eusebius?
Yes.
Well, he was referring to Jesus. This is Saint Eusebius. You know,
Okay, I got it. So, and he was where was he from?
Saint Eusebius. Eusebius. I think he was of Caesarea, the city that I just said that Herod built.
Well, isn't that where Jesus? Isn't that where Jesus went? And he said that this is like
Caesarea. Yeah.
yeah. Isn't that the place where he went? And he's like, this is the gate of hell, essentially. Am I wrong about that? Caesarea Philippi or something like that, right?
Yeah, the problem is that there's a lot of places there that had the same name. Like there's like 3 different places named Antioch,
Yeah. Well, you know the story I'm talking about, where supposedly he went to the gates of hell, and he said, and Caesar Philippi or something like that, and he basically said, here's where I lay my foundation stone against, the gates of hell or some shit like that. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, this is like the Jay Dyer. They focus on this a lot,
Well, yeah, that's what I got that from my conversations with Posh, actually, and he seemed
Yes.
to bring that up quite a
Posh,
lot.
Resident Sleeper. This came up in the debate too. The Descent of Hades, or they seem to focus on this a lot, which is interesting because and EBT did step away for a little while, and I may end the show before he comes back, but yeah, because I do have to get to sleep soon, but but there was a type of I mean, I don't hear this among the Catholics that often at all. I just I haven't heard it discussed among Protestants. I'm pretty sure Protestants don't have this doctrine, the descent of Hades. But I'm not sure, but
Well, is that not in the Bible, or it is in the Bible? So I literally don't know because I don't remember reading about that in the Bible. That's why I'm
It's
asking.
not directly in there. It's an interpretation, extrapolation, what have you,
From what event? Like
from
I'm literally asking because I don't know. I'm not trying to
from the
do a
event
gotcha or anything.
from the event of him dying and then resurrecting, and what was he doing, during that time. Well, because there's this scheme of salvation that Jesus was basically had to come into, that there's a second Adam. The first Adam had a sin, and the second Adam is going to basically come and you know fix the mistakes there. But there was this concept that you had passed down the sins, because of the sins of the father. So how do you resolve that? Because everybody before, from Adam to Jesus, who wasn't able to be saved by Jesus, how would they be brought into the fold of salvation? Well, Jesus preaches to them in Hades.
Right.
So they're able then to so then it's able to spread to everyone. So
So
they're able
essentially,
to
what it is it's an extrapolation based on, well,
the
Jesus
doctrine of
wouldn't do,
salvation. Yeah.
got it. So basically, it's just like the implications of their belief leads to this interpretation that leads to the story, to the
I
narrative.
guess. I guess, because if you're a Catholic and a Protestant, I guess you're not buying that fully. So
Well, I mean, if I, as a Christian, I can say, well, I do like that interpretation because it does seem to make sense. But the other half of me is like, isn't that literally a Greek myth of people going into the afterlife and doing stuff that has ramifications back out into, where the normies live?
well,
I'm
it's
not joking.
interesting that
Like,
they call it Hades. It is.
yeah, and like I'm not even like insulting or anything. Like I'm literally asking because I took some pretty in-depth mythology courses and it seems like directly correlated. And again, I'm not saying that they stole it. The Jewish mystics has their own version of that too. And the John Apocrypha thing. Again, this is me who doesn't really know much about this other than what I've heard, but trying to get my head around that, it seems that there was a god, and then Sophia was in the aeons, and she created the evil god, and then that evil god was tricked into creating Adam, and then it wasn't working, so then he breathed a little of his divinity into it, and then real God felt bad for him, so real God tried to protect him and give him a chance to get away from the evil god. And anyways, so, and they had like the Jews had this, these rituals that you could do, and magic symbols and sigils that you could use to get into the inner sanctums of pleroma or heaven or whatever you want to call it. So, long story short, I mean, it seems that again, like, how can it's like either they were aware of this and they didn't make it available to all the people. And this is one thing that keeps coming up when I talk to Orthodox. I say, well, do you guys only take the canon of the Bible? And they say, well, we just reread all of it and we take it all into consideration. But the Bible is the liturgical text. And I'm like, okay, so what about the Book of Enoch? And they say, well, we kind of, again, they seem to say, and again, I'm sorry if I'm straw manning anyone. I'm just going based on my memory. It seems that they kind of just say, well, we just cherry pick what we like and what fits, and whatever doesn't, we don't, right? So Like, I'm not trying to strawman anyone. I'm just saying, like, this is kind of the impression I get when I'm trying to understand, what's the process of elimination here, and and again, it's not to say that it's wrong, but it's like trying to understand. Okay, well, what's the methodology, right?
Right. And I think well, with the book of Enoch, I think I can almost tell what their reasoning was there is because I think they were thinking that because if you read parts of it, you come almost away with nothing, and I think that people extrapolating and trying to interpret those books and themes for themselves, I could definitely see how you'd come up with not much more than when you started, because it's some of the writings and, descriptions there are so strange, especially the fact that there's this term son of man, and then the fact that Enoch uses it to refer to himself, I just think that's, I think a lot of the people in the church might have thought, well, that's going to be a problem. Let's not put that there. Or how do we explain things like that to people? I think they would definitely think of.
Right. Right. No, and again, it's not to say that it's done for nefarious reasons, but in the same hand, it's not really clear what Jesus means when he says, "I am the Son of Man." I mean, a lot of people have given me their interpretation, but he's calling himself all these names, and I'm pretty sure that they have technical meanings, or they wouldn't be in the Bible, right? Like, it's like every line is being written with a purpose, So, it seems kind of odd to me that it's like you said, and like in what Paul says, the fullness of God, and then again, from my not very well read research, it seems that that's terms that what people were using in both Gnostic stuff and also in mystic, Jewish mysticism and other things, right? So, is that a reference to something else that is not really explicated, right? And again, it's it's just I don't know. It's just I wrote this poetry earlier to try to encapsulate what I was trying to say. What I was trying to say. I mean, what I was thinking when I was trying to wrap my head around this kind of information. And it said, trying to convince beyond a reasonable doubt, you'll reinvent the will. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you're just trying to convince someone that you're right, then you're just going to have to reinvent the wheel at the end of it anyways, because you're going to change what you started with by trying to prove your point. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's I guess what I'm saying in other words is it's a two-way street. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I was getting the impression of.
Yes, and I think that's a good place to leave it for today. It is 4:20 a.m. where I'm at, and I know that I have to come back on the weekend, so I will be back on the weekend at 7 for an 8-hour stream. If you guys want to chat about any of these topics or any of the topics I opened up on my previous live streams, you feel happy and welcome to do that. Definitely. And feel free to ask any of these brothers here, Neurojack, EBT, because we are going to be here for you all soon. I'm sure of it, because these are my good friends here talking with me about many issues for a while now, and I definitely appreciate them. and love them to death for tolerating this type of discussions, very important type of discussions that we're having. But it's as you said, yes, trying to convince beyond a reasonable doubt, you will reinvent the wheel. This is exactly what we're dealing with. We're dealing with explanations, representations, reinterpretations, conflations, it's as if it's just like Lao Tzu said. Those who know don't talk, and those who talk don't know. Our ability to explain, expound on these things is what's getting us into the trouble. What's really important is simple, free, available to all at no cost. This is what we have to learn, tolerate, understand, about the wisdom, the real wisdom, and I love these teachers. I love Socrates. I love Jesus, and I love Lao Tzu. I love them for making it simple for me. My whole life looking for all of these complex explanations. And, they got to the bottom of things. They tried to say, what is truth? What is beauty? What is justice? What is love? The real important, insightful questions that we all should be asking ourselves, that we all should ponder over, that we should make it our life's mission to struggle and ponder over these questions and to implore others to a high degree of insight. Hold people's feet to the fire, so that they too will try to understand and grow and learn. And, I agree you know, with many of these thinkers who are so-called Epicureans. That word is being bandied about a lot, but one of the things they get right is that philosophy is the greatest aphrodisiac pleasure, learning and thinking with people. This is exactly the greatest thing that we can be doing. There's a reason why it feels good. There's a reason why you have a curiosity. There's a reason why when you learn something new, you wouldn't have guessed in a million years. It restructures, it rechanges, it makes you look at things in a new way with fresh eyes. These are beautiful conversations that we're having, and please, I implore you to join us, to come and join the Discord. Let me drop the link for the Discord here. And Neuro, you got any closing thoughts, my brother?
No, man. Sorry I couldn't join more, but very interesting conversation as usual. And yeah, looking forward to the weekend. And yeah, man, I appreciate you hosting all this. And like Prova said, I always learn something and have a lot more to think about. And really, it's like deja vu. Like a lot of these ideas, like coming back that I've been thinking on for a long time. So I really do appreciate that.
Yes, I got you anytime, my brother. And, definitely thank you so much for the contributions here. And I'll be here more for you guys all the time. You guys come and spend some time with the Machine Lives. There's many more topics, many more thinkers, important thinkers in history. We'll be releasing finally our 3-hour lecture on right wing Nietzscheanism, Islam, Christianity, that we had to refurbish the audio there because the audio was too shitty. But that video is going to be back online if anybody's looking for that video. Machine Lies, episode 7. So you guys can study and look at that. Over 100 citations in that 3-hour lecture. I hope you guys will appreciate some of the material there of the modern thinkers. So, over here we were discussing ancient philosophy, ancient thinkers. Over there tomorrow I'll be dropping a 3-hour lecture on some modern thinkers. Nietzsche, Rousseau, Carlyle, these types of thinkers going back to the 1500s. And, we will be talking about the the role of Plato and Aristotle and some of these ideas. Thank you, brother. Yeah. Thank you for being here, Fungamungus. Bless you, man. Yeah, time to blaze. That's right. Although I got time to sleep for me. I've been blazing, friend. You know what I mean? But yeah, man. Thank you so much for joining, Spen. I really appreciate it. You know, I'm getting a little bit hoarse for talking for 2 days about these about this bullshit. But yeah, man. You know, I definitely appreciate everyone who was here. And you guys have a beautiful night. Thank you so much. Enslaved by Truth, always coming through for the theological discussion. You know, EBT accepted everywhere. That's right. You know what I'm saying? You guys go and check out Enslaved by Truth, Chalk Body Outline, Toilet Bowl Earth, Neurojack. Please check out Neurojack. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna watch some of me and Neurojack streams next time and show you guys what y'all been missing on the Neurojack channel. Cause I got those discussions saved. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure, man. I really wish I had an assistant, or you know, my kid was old enough. I'd just be like, clip the shit up, put it up. I'm so
Yeah.
late. I'm not lazy, but it's like I don't really have the equipment to really do it. You know, it's but I'm gonna try to figure out a way to do that because there's like these little, like you said before, like boiling shit down easy, like digestible. I mean, to me, that's really what I want to do. Like, I want to make like, you know, 10 hours or less of material that I can say, hey, this is like my life's work, and you know, you don't really need more than this. You know, something like that. You know what I mean?
That's right, guys. I mean, you know, you guys make things, you know, don't contribute to the ratings of the shit that you don't like. You know, turn it off and make your own shit. You know, I implore you guys, you know, be proud of what you made. Make sure that what you make and what you create in this world that you're proud of it, that it could be something that you stand behind. You know, it doesn't matter how many people like it. Who gives a fuck how many people like what you make? It really doesn't fucking matter. Make something that at the end of the day you can be proud of. Okay, that you're proud of. Challenge yourself. You know what I mean? Please, everyone. You know, let's step it up. I mean, I've not heard. I'm sorry to say, I had to bring this explanation here. Socrates, Jesus, Lao Tzu. I see these names talked about, and nobody's doing justice to these names. You know, so I'm sorry to say that I had to do the fucking job myself, not behind a paywall, not behind all of these, emotional, tirades and this fucking gossip. You know, we had to present this information because, you know, it just wasn't there. It wasn't there available for the general mass. And we don't have the best equipment. We don't have studios to do this. We're not behind a fucking paywall. We're not doing anything except for out of love. So thank you guys for joining us so much. Please, I implore you, go and learn about these topics. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with the machine lives. I want this country to be better. I want my friends to be better. I want to have better conversations with people. Okay, Jesus, forsake these fools of misery and wrath that just never aspire to deeper fucking truths. Not that we're saying that it's always time to do that. You know, truth that's with seriousness is just redoubling. You know, all truth should come with a side of laughter. Okay, guys. You know, if it don't feel, if it don't come with that laughter, you know what I mean. It should be rejected. You know, you should scoff at truth that makes you serious and ends the conversation. Any philosophy that doesn't tell you, then what? That doesn't end with, then what? It refuses to answer that question is a bunk philosophy. Thank you for listening, my friends, and have a blessed night. From the machine lies. where we talk about how the machine lies on the machine that lies. I hope you have the courage to see through the lies, my friends. Open your fucking eyes.
A man died on his knees last night begging for mercy. Ran to a false god and so was thirsty, and that's what hurt me. He once stood with pride like a redwood tree, but now he leans on the river's edge to be swept away. Nothing else to be left to say. Even a humble man must have courage. This badge of honor must be worn at all times so you can flourish and be nourished. And everyone is forced to fight their own demons and struggle. And everyone in the world won't love you when the energy moves so subtle, which causes us to face fears of the worst kind. The worst times are yet to come. So let the drum be the savior to answer the call. And I hope to God you don't let up. Get knocked down and get back up. That'll be a test of your will, against your will, against all odds. Courageous, outrageous, contagious throughout the stages. This combat for a higher purpose, once it all engages. So lead us not in temptation, but deliver us from evil, so we can live out our true destinies and help liberate the people and have some courage. A man died on his knees last night, begging for mercy. This badge of honor must be worn at all times so you can flourish and be nourished. It's yet to come, so let the drum be the savior to answer the calling. Courageous, outrageous, contagious throughout the stages. Bravery, dignity, and valor is not the only thing that matters. But I'd rather have that than a weak heart and go through life with a weak spark. I can, I will, I won't turn back. Now's your chance to stand against the people that held you. Believed it, but they failed you. A long life of weakness changes, and God made everyone famous. You can't just sit there and take that. Gotta make that day to make the music. Fight the power, defeat the coward inside you. You've been lied to. Living with fear deprives you, and the courage defines you. How do they find you? A stand-up individual, in the physical, metaphysical. Metaphorically speaking, it's like each and every man's ritual. Without any warning or notice, it moves on you like the slowest, deepest gut feeling. Swallow your lump in your throat and have some courage. I'd rather have that than a weak heart, to go through life with a weak spark. A long life of weakness changes, and God made everyone famous. Fight the power, defeat the coward inside you. You've been lied to. A stand-up individual, in the physical, metaphysical. Courage under fire. When they conspire, you fire. Burn them out entirely. Higher heights against the pyrites. Now what about your rights? With all your might, you fight for freedom. And you lead them through the night and read them their rights before you beat them. Now he who wears his heartfelt courage makes emotion melt. Shaka Zulu, Marcus Garvey, Che Guevara, marks the era. Intimidation has no place here. Insecurity has no face here. All my spirit is based here. My legacy will be traced here. Now who's the victim? Who's the victim? I don't feel sympathy for those who oppose my energy or any attempt to limit me. A man died on his knees last night, begging for mercy. Praying to a false god and so was thirsty, and that's what hurt me. And he once stood with pride like a redwood tree, but now he leans on the river's edge to be swept away. Nothing else to be left to say. Even a humble man must have courage. This badge of honor must be worn at all times so you can flourish and be nourished and have courage.